Uh, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kendagor. Good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? I was testing to see how alert we are. Now, just a brief picture of how far we have come. Good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? I was testing to see how alert we are. Now, I thought there's someone else who is imitating me. Mediation, our mediation started under the trees, as Judge Atieno said, before the 2010 Constitution. But we really gathered pace after the 2010 Constitution, Article 159, which encourages us, it enjoins the judiciary to promote alternative forms of dispute resolution. In 2012, there was an amendment to the Civil Procedure Act, which introduced the Mediation Accreditation Committee. And in 2015, in February 2015, the committee was gazetted. It is a committee that has a wide representation from COTU, FKE is also represented there. The Court Annexed Mediation Program, as we know it today, started in 2016 on 4th of April. We also started by way of a pilot. It was supposed to be 6 months pilot. That was just after the one Kenya Bankers Association had done. So ours started on 4th of June 2016, and our intention was to run for 6 months. We concluded the pilot in July 2017 because it was extended a bit so that we can learn from the lessons that we had gone through the pilot stage. The first crop of mediators were, we interviewed the first crop of mediators in January 2016. We had the initial group of 65 that we started with on 4th of April 2016. Since then, we have walked baby steps. Where we are right now, I can say we are now walking, and probably we will soon start running. In around 2019, we started referring matters to employment and labor relations matters to mediation, because at the pilot stage, we only catered for family and commercial divisions of the High Court. Our intention then was to ensure that we address our commercial interests, and we also address the family relations that our disputes are exposed to. But we soon realized that employment and labor relations matters are matters that cut across. Because if there is a dispute, an employment dispute that lingers on for long, it will affect the social, it will affect the family relations of that person affected, and it will also affect their economic, the economy of that family. Around 2022, around 2019, 2020, we started efforts to have rules to govern, Court Annexed Mediation rules to govern the process, and those rules were eventually gazetted in August 2022. So where are we right now? From early 2016, when we accredited the first crop of mediators, right now we have accredited 1,515 mediators as we speak today. Quite a number of them are in this room today. There are those ones who are not here, but they are spread across the entire country. In terms of employment, those ones who are accredited for employment and labor relations, we have separated. There are those ones accredited for employment alone. We have 195 accredited for employment. There are those ones who are... And those ones accredited for labor are 931. That is out of the 1,515 mediators. So we have a good pool of mediators for employment and labor relations matters. We have so far referred 18,272 cases as of today to mediation. And out of those ones related to employment and labor relations are 1,937. 1,937. Quite a big number of those cases have now been concluded. And out of those that have been concluded, we have 612 settlement agreements for employment matters. So 612 cases have returned to us with a settlement agreement, meaning that those cases have now been settled amicably. As a Kota Next mediation team, where we are now, I said we are now working, and we are preparing ourselves to now start running. We are introspecting and looking at some of the things that we started with in 2015 to see whether there is need to change our approach. For example, we say that we have to conclude a case in 60 days. Is that period enough? Do we need to increase it? The other things we are looking at is the mandatory referral of cases to mediation. Should we give room to the parties to participate in the decision to refer a case to mediation? The other thing we are doing is capacity building, both internally and externally. Judge Atieno told you that towards the end of last year, we trained a group of 60 mediators who are now certified internationally. And we are in the process of training them for TOTs. So how do we build capacity so that in the next phase, we are able to take mediation to a level that you have never seen before? I can assure you that in the next 5 years, because we are working on a 5-year plan, and we are anticipating that some of these aspirations will have been achieved by that time. When we started, we were not so keen on private mediation settlements, but it is a process that we picked sometimes in 2021, where we are encouraging parties to resolve disputes out there, and if they have if they have a settlement agreement, that it can be filed in court for adoption without necessarily filing a case in court. Our 5-year plan is a multi-door approach. We are looking at a situation where a party can walk to the courts and decide that they want to refer their matter to mediation, and then we just allocate a mediator to them. So you don't have to file a case, you just come to court, tell us that you want your dispute to go to mediation, and we will facilitate you by referring a mediator to your dispute. That is where we intend to be in the next 5 years. We are also focusing on areas that we didn't start with. Areas, for example, we've talked about employment and labor relations matters. That is not an area that we started with in 2015. We are also looking at ICT to see how we can improve our service delivery through ICT. There is a platform where we have our mediator details and the details of the cases that we refer to mediation. That platform is able to give us a lot of data, and we are now using that data to make decisions. We can also use that data for purposes of assessing the performance of our mediators. So, so that by now, if I just pick on a mediator and I query the platform, it is able to give me a report on how a particular mediator is performing, what are their weak areas, what are their strong areas, so that we can advise them on which areas they are supposed to enhance training. So essentially, that is where we intend to be. That's where we intend to go, harnessing so much ICT for purposes of improving our mediation. So for the mediators who are in the room, that's where we intend to be. And we are tying this with the social transformation through access to justice that you will hear today, so that when my colleague here, Washuka, tells you that we have a team of inspired judges, judicial staff, and judicial officers, she will remember to add a team of mediators as well, so that they are part and parcel of the judiciary fraternity, so that we work together and we ensure that the Kenyans who visit our courts get the best services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Anjala. So we'll go direct to the philosophy of social transformation through access to justice. Karibu, Ms. Washuka.
Thank you very much, Lady Justice Kendagor. You know, she leads, and I follow, so I have to push her to lead so that I can go to the places where she has been, and this includes mediation. But thank you very much for putting together this wonderful, wonderful second summit to really contextualize and deepen the understanding of mediation. I want to invite you to come along with me on a journey that starts in the year 2010 under the stewardship of Chief Justice Emeritus Willie Mutunga, and continues onwards under the stewardship of Honorable Justice Maraga, and finally, 10 years later, under Honorable Chief Justice Martha Koome. And that journey is continuous. And one of the critical elements of that journey is the instruction by the Constitution to promote and utilize alternative forms of dispute resolution. And in 2017, we invited the World Bank and the Hague Institute for Innovation in Law to consider justice needs in Kenya. And what that empirical study data showed us is that on average, and that is 2017 data, Kenyans generate 7 million complex legal problems every year. And out of those 7 million complex legal problems, only a fraction of them, 10% or less, is resolved through the court process. That means that about 90% of those disputes are not resolved at all. And that creates a massive justice gap. And the Constitution, recognizing that issues of justice are not just the issues processed through a court process, instructs that let us recognize the justice assets and the justice capabilities that we have in our society. And that is what mediation is about. That is what AJS is about. And so the philosophy of STARJ is to really atomize justice and to ask the question, what is justice and what is access to justice? And then consider the responsibility given to the judiciary by the Constitution under Article 159 and expand that role and responsibility to include adjudication of disputes, to include promotion of social harmony, to include connecting justice actors, and to also include the 4 roles of the judiciary under STARJ, facilitator of dialogue. So STARJ looks at the Constitution, looks at the justice needs in our country, and asks the nation, How do you want the judiciary to champion access to justice through the courts and through alternative forms of justice resolution? And the answer that Chief Justice Koome has provided to us in the direction that STAJ has given is that we need to recognize and resource the judiciary as adjudicator of disputes. But we also need to recognize and resource the judiciary as a facilitator of dialogue, social dialogue. The social justice promise of the Constitution is to build cohesive and peaceful institutions. And how are those cohesive and peaceful institutions created? Is it through purely an adversarial system? There is a place for an adversarial system. But the Constitution also instructs that we must recognize that everybody has agency to receive and do justice, and that everybody has capacity or capability to promote access to justice. And so what the judiciary and what the three chief justices have done is progressively expand those doorways of justice. And what STAJ does, STAJ recognizes the needs of the institution of the judiciary, but goes beyond it to not just focus on the institution, but to focus on justice users, the consumers of justice. What can we do to scale justice across our communities and across our societies? And that is what we call the multi-door access to justice. And so the judiciary, once viewed as a sole forum for access to justice, now champions the understanding that justice should not be contained within the rigid parameters of courtrooms. And so the blueprint embodies a system change that defines a new scope that goes beyond decisions in courtrooms to other actors in alternative dispute resolution. It recognizes justice as a shared value, a communal commitment, and a national promise, meaning that we all have a role to play in it. But we have to recognize that very specifically, the Constitution under Article 159 makes the judiciary the vanguard of this process. And that's why we are seeing conversations recasting and refocusing the role of the judiciary in access to justice under the 4 roles that I have indicated to you. STAJ also considers a very authentic national and African value of Utu or Ubuntu, if you like. And that respects the embodiment of Utu in STAJ symbolizes the values of respect, solidarity, self-reliance, communal responsibility, and inclusiveness. So that we recognize that everybody in the community and everybody in the society has value in the justice system. And everybody in the society and everybody in the community, from the individual to the family, to the community, to the ecology, is then called by the Constitution to promote access to justice. So there's that shift by STAJ from justice institutions to justice users. And that is what we are calling the people-centeredness or the people-centered context in STAJ. But what does that mean? The short and practical answer is that people-centered justice is justice that works for the people, not for institutions, for the people. Justice is people-centered when the formal and informal justice journeys are accessible and transform people's problems into solutions and positive outcomes. And the blueprint, STAJ, affirms that justice must achieve well-being benefits for individuals, for businesses, by resolving legal problems. And it recognizes that justice in Kenya is more than just processing cases or reducing case backlog. That's a priority, but there's more. It is about turning legal problems into fair solutions, leading to better and more fulfilled lives, economic growth, and prosperity. So how do we get there? We get there by ensuring that alternative forms of dispute resolution have the same importance, the same consideration, the same importance as formal justice systems. And I'm so proud of STAJ and the leadership that has been provided by our judges, magistrates, and judiciary staff in broadening the doorways of justice, expanding the doorways of justice to include users of justice, to reap those justice capabilities that Kenyans have, to turn legal problems into solutions, and most importantly, to leave families better and stronger than a pure adversarial system would. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Washuka. And there is our vision. So ladies and gentlemen, we move next to Honorable Lady Justice Anna Mwaure, who will be telling us about what she's already doing at the Employment and Labor Relations Court in relation to promoting STAJ.
Thank you so much, Lady Justice, Honorable Kidago. You know my prayers are always with you. Yeah. So I don't know whether this is my original saying or I read it somewhere, that what is impossible is what you have not tried. So now, when we came in as judges in 2021, in 2022, we agreed to start a committee of alternative justice system in our court. And we shared with the principal judge, our Honorable Byram Ongaya, who is very, very supportive, by the way. And he agreed immediately. In fact, it's like he was so excited. And he agreed that we can start that committee. And so we started that committee made up of judges of our courts, and they are all here. I don't know if they should stand and wave. Yes, please, you are being asked to. Justice Nzioki wa Makao, Justice Wasilwa, Justice Ocharo, Justice Jemima Kelly, and I think even Justice Ninette Dolo should be there, but she supports us from afar. And Justice Marete, he's not here today, but he's part of the team. So we started that committee. We didn't know how it would look like, but we started meeting and asking ourselves questions. And finally, we came up with some TORs, and I'm going to read them very quickly. The terms of reference of that committee are to provide strategic leadership of use of ADR in our courts, that is ELRC, to provide linkages to internal and external stakeholders on matters ADR. And in that regard, I must point out that we have been working and coordinating with the COC, that is court users committees, and we even have mediators representing us in the committee. So whenever we meet with the COCs and bar bench, we talk about mediation. And you see, unless the people in the law society, and I think our chair for Nairobi is still around, unless they agree to cooperate with us and to encourage their members to agree to try ADR, the members will not agree, because the members, much as they say horrible things about lawyers, they still really trust their lawyers. So if the lawyer says, no, I don't want mediation, the client will be hesitant to do mediation. So we need to really link up with our stakeholders, including Federation of Kenya Employers. I've seen them cooperate whenever they come to court. and I look at a case and I see this is a case that should go for mediation or conciliation, they are normally quite cooperative. Then to provide oversight of implementation of ADR mechanisms and judiciary ADR policies at ELRC, to participate in performance review for ELRC courts in using ADR and AJS. And now you'll see that we have actually the ADR and AJS. AJS is alternative justice system. And I'll tell you something very little about the difference between the two, or the intertwining between the two, because most people don't know the difference. And actually, even me, until I was appointed a member of the National Steering Committee of AJS sometime last year, I actually didn't quite know the difference between ADR and AJS. It's just now that we have been trained that I've come to learn there is a bit of a difference, but again, they really work alongside each other. So we are now in the PMMU, that is the evaluation tool that evaluates how the courts are performing. And we have been given, what is it called? A target of 3%, no, 5% last year, and we attained 3%. We should be doing better, but that is where we are for now. And so seeing that it's serious enough to be recognized by PMMU, then we must really take it seriously as courts. And so our stakeholders, our lawyers, our court representatives, because of the trade unions, our Federation of Kenya Employer representatives, you must really cooperate with us so that when we refer matters to you, to other ADR mechanisms, then you are willing to assist us and to assist your clients. I get so excited when I refer a matter for ADR of whatever type. Sometimes there's negotiation. You just tell the lawyers, this is a case that just involves, you have settled everything else. Maybe it's just the costs. Why don't you go out and discuss and tell me how much you would want to pay each other and come back with record instead of taking, I really give them what we call, when we are training mediation, we used to talk of what now, which is the worst case scenario. So I'll tell them the worst case scenario is that this case will be in my court for a whole year because of the way my diary is. Then by the time I'm writing judgment, it's another 5 months. Do you really want to wait for 50,000 for 15 months? Just go and try and talk. And they say, yes, okay, my lady, we will go and do our best. And they'll come after 2 weeks and come up with a consent. Sometimes is mediation. Yesterday, I referred a case for mediation and the parties were willing. And I recorded 2 mediation agreements. You can imagine how smiling I am. It's only that you can't see the smiles on my face. But when I know those are 3 judgments down the line for me, it's so exciting. So yeah, so participate in performance review for ELRC courts, participate in development of policies and give recommendations on ADR legal framework, convince stakeholders to promote alternative forms of dispute resolution. We have tried to do that, not very many so far, because again, we have quite a number of activities, but at least we have done one webinar where we invited people from all cadres of ELRC, including judges, magistrates, registrars, and even lawyers. And it was quite a good interaction for just about an hour. So if we can be doing that every 2 or 3 months, just to sensitize people on ADR mechanisms and to keep encouraging them. You forget things until you meet somebody who tells you, yeah, but like, for example, if you have been trying to do exercise to keep fit, and then you go for 5 months, then you meet somebody who's telling you, hey, me, I've just come from the gym, and it is so nice. I wake up feeling so good. So tomorrow you say, tomorrow I'm going. Sidio. Yeah, so it's the same. Sometimes you forget, and then you are reminded by the webinars, by the meetings, and then it helps you, thank you. It helps you to continue. So those are some of the TORs that we came up with. And we are trying to follow them with all our business schedules. And I believe that some of the successes we are seeing in ELRC as far as ADR is concerned is because we keep pushing it, we keep reminding ourselves of the importance, and we keep remembering that what is more important is not, it is important, and I know Justice Onduga is here, to write a very good case with very big jurisprudence. But sometimes what is more important is access to justice. The jurisprudence is definitely important for posterity and for our learning and for how to decide our cases. But if you can write one good case of jurisprudence and then you give justice through ADR to 5 people, I think you have done a good job for the day. Sidio? Yeah. So that is quite important, and that's why we are saying justice is not just how to approach the courts, or you can only receive it in the courts. You receive it even outside there. So convince stakeholders to promote alternative forms of dispute resolution mechanisms and any other assignments which we can be given by the principal judge. So those were our TORs for now. It's still a work in progress, and we are happy with what is going on. So let me just talk a bit about the cumulative referral matters to mediation. I know we have had a lot of statistics this morning, so I'll be very brief. I'll start with 2021, 306 matters, 2022, 300 matters, 2023, 499 matters, and this year up to April, where we are, 125 matters. Then the cumulative agreement rates, 2021, 29.17% agreements, 2022, 34.95% agreements, 2023, 35% agreement. You can see we are improving a little. And up to now, January, from January to April, and I know we were even told that before by, I believe the DCJ, is 51.75%. So you can see we are actually moving quite well. Concluded matters as of January this year to where we are, 52 have been settled, about 52 have been settled. 32, there has been no agreement. 10, there is no compliance. That means that the parties did not want to go for mediation. Or even a sad case we were once told is that sometimes the mediators, that I know they are not in this room, they are given cases and they put them in their cabinets, and after 60 days, they come back to Kina Honorable Anjala and they say the parties did not comply, and dishonesty. And it is against the code of ethics of mediators. So I'm sure we'll not try to do that. Then 6% was terminated. So the total mediators, again, who are handling ELRC matters as at now, about 570. Time I had there 37. What I had seen from my records was 64, but I guess 60 average. And the money which has been released back to the society so far because of ADR is 2.2 billion, up to only for this 4 months. So you can see this is a real good form of resolving disputes and actually making the economy grow. Somebody talked about business. The other day we were talking with the AJS people, Mashinani in Nakuru, and they were telling us even about the growth of agriculture. Why? Because instead of spending days and days in court, able to improve their livelihood. They are not fighting over cows. They are not fighting over chicken, because now they know how to do AJS Mashinani. So I said I'll mention a little bit about what is the difference and the linkages between AJS. AJS, Alternative Justice System, it's a system of a lifetime, and it deals with matters from birth to death, meaning that, and it is, anybody can be a champion of AJS. You don't have to be a lawyer. You don't have to be a mediator or an arbitrator. Anybody, wazes, the youth, the chiefs out there, they can be trained very, within a few days, and they will be able to do AJS. They will form panels and they will be able to do AJS. Sometimes they don't even need to go to court. That is called autonomous form of AJS. They just see there's a dispute, and then they meet, and they meet the disputants, and they do the case, and the case is finalized. Very interesting cases. They are giving us examples in Nakuru of the cases they have been able to do, including, you know, like, I don't know whether you hear about this nowadays, where a girl has been made pregnant and there's compensation. You don't hear about them anymore. I know during our times we used to hear about them. So that the wazes meet and they decide this kijana is going to pay some money for that. So, but they still do it out there. And so those wazes, they meet for all kinds of cases. They could be boundary cases. And so AJS encompasses ADR. So that is like what you should remember. ADR is part of alternative justice system. It's only that ADR is more formal. So we have mediators who are trained. They will normally come up with an agreement. We have conciliators who are trained. They will normally come up with agreements. We have negotiators and, you know, negotiations through the lawyers and through the disputants. And so it's more formal. AJS normally will just meet out there wazes, teachers, chiefs, youth, watu wa boda, even the ones they call commercial sex workers out there. That's what they told us, that they also have ways of resolving their disputes. I don't know what disputes, but that's what, really, I don't know. But that's what they told us. So I'm just quoting what we learned. So in conclusion, ELRC is focused on promoting ADR as provided in Article 159 2C of the Constitution, and we are seizing every opportunity to promote ADR in courts, both High Court and Magistrates Courts, in the registry, in the bar bench meetings, and the CUC meetings. We are trying to focus on all channels, on all ways. That is why, you know, we are multi-door system of resolving disputes. Of course, when a case cannot be resolved because of technicality or any other reason, then you come back to court. But as much as possible, I smell those cases from afar. And I ask them, why wouldn't you try and go to the DR and let them give you a mediator so that you can try to resolve this case? It is completely free. You don't have to worry about payment. It is free. And them want to come for arbitration. And I'm sorry for the arbitrators in the room, but arbitration has become very expensive. So I asked them, are you sure you want to pay? You know, you can pay anything between 200,000 to even $1 million to an arbitrator. Are you sure you want that kind of thing? Or can I refer you to a mediator? And so there was most of the time choose to go for mediation. So that is the most I wanted to say, but let me boast a little bit and say that the judiciary, together with the KJA, that is Kenya Judiciary Academy, and IDLO, came up together about 2 years ago with a consultant, and we came up with a conciliation manual, which we prepared for a period of about 1 year, and it was finally finalized. So we have a conciliation manual now. Before, if you wanted to train, we were told that most of the conciliators were trained in Italy. There was no training in Kenya, maybe Rwanda, but none in Kenya. But now, going forward, we will be training conciliators in Kenya. We have a manual which is quite comprehensive, which we prepared. And so I'm proud because most of the members of this committee of ADR, ELRC, were members of the team that came up with the conciliation manual. So we are going to thank you. We were actually trying to push it to launch it here, but there were some few logistics that were not possible. But we hope to launch it by the time we do our second symposium before the end of this year. So we are good, and I think we will go far. And Justice Odunga and Justice Ochieng, we are the only court with an ADR committee of ELRC, not even Court of Appeal. So
Thank you. Thank you very much, Judge. So Judge has told us about the desired results. Asante sana. Then we have Ms. Ilumalas, who wears two hats, both as an advocate, as an, I think 3 hats, an arbitrator, a mediator, and then beyond that as an advocate. So please tell us, what can we do to achieve these desired results?
Thank you very much. I am very happy to be at home. I'm very at home with a number of people here. This is my community. So I'm pleased this afternoon. I'm going to base my presentation. I don't know if there's anything projected. Fantastic. I'm going to base my presentation on 3 key issues. One, the role of judges in referral of disputes to mediation. Number 2, we're looking at mediators as the engine of making this process work. Isn't it, mediators? Great. Number 3, we want to enlist all of you and to persuade you to make lawyers allies in the mediation process. So that's the limit of my presentation. Now you can see what is projected. I hope it's not my name. Oh, okay. We can go to the second page, please. Judges in the room. What do you think? That's only a vision, judges. It's a vision. We'll be able to see you more clearly soon hereafter, thanks to embracing ADR. And this I got from the Lawyer Africa page. And it says that before ADR, after ADR, the work of judges is significantly reduced. And that's true, because when you look at countries like Singapore, we find that the success rate is up to 70% of all referred cases, and we can strive for that. Now, allow me to also give 1 or 2 examples, practical examples. You don't need to go through. You can actually remove the slide because I know it's lunch hour, so I'll try and speak off the cuff. Allow me to give an example of my court appearance early this week. I know the coast is clear because the judge is actually not here. So I was in court. It's a commercial dispute, but it involves arbitration. And I panicked because the judge was actually referring every case to mediation. Next, I think this case should go to mediation. Yes, I will give you a hearing date, but before then, just go to mediation. Number 2, the same thing. I panicked because I know my case is not a case that is amenable to mediation, because not all cases are amenable to mediation. That's why we have screening of cases, and it's an important process in the success of mediation. All right? So that happened, and I kind of panicked because I could tell that he's new in the division, and some of the matters he has not familiarized himself with, but he was referring almost all the cases to mediation. I remember in 2014, when I was under the chairperson of senior counsels, John Ohaga and Allen Gishuhi, we were drafting the, amending the civil procedure rules to make room for mediation. And I think we did a good job. There's no need for further amendments so far. There were incidences of referring cases to mediation. The judge, parties can request that to happen, and the judge may deem fit that ought to happen. And allow me to take this opportunity to single out, and I know maybe I don't have her permission, but Honorable Justice Wasilwa. In 2017, I was involved in a very acrimonious case, the doctor strike then. But unlike now, that time there was consistency in dealing with the doctors. And there was an open door in collaboration and talk. And she did a fantastic job. And also at the appeal level, while I was in the winning team, the judges said, no, you cannot proceed. These cases must go to mediation. You need to talk. The doctors need to talk with the government. You must sit down. We will not entertain that case. That's a good example of the courts referring an appropriate case to mediation. And that's what happened. We sat down with qualified mediators and they took us through the process, and the government was more willing to talk to the doctors, and the strike was averted. So that's an example. And therefore, even at the point of, I've not been hired this time. Judge. But even at the point of employment and labor relations court, I know section 15, it allows that. I hope we'll be looking at, as you work on the rules, on timelines and things like that. So there's a role and a part of for screening of cases, and those cases that don't have a lot of subject matter value, and among others, the criteria is there in the rules, in the mediation rules. I think there's a place for screening of cases which ought to be taken. For the interest of time, allow me to take this opportunity to skip the issue of screening and to go to my own recommendation, which is the best place to determine for some matters is during the case management, because now we have a very good process of case management. At least their parties may be able to see the strength and weakness of each other's case and decide that. But sometimes you can know about the case also. So that's that. There are various barriers to mediation. I will also skip that. It's in my presentation. And mediators are here. Allow me to maybe refer to them, but to mention some things about you mediators. We spoke and I agreed. I said I'm going to discuss mediators as the engine of the process. Judiciary, and Ms. Washuka, you're here, needs to invest more in mediators, because after we've done our 50-hour or 40-hour, then you are accredited. For the most part, that is it, isn't it? Huh? That is it. There has never been a session where mediators meet to exchange ideas. There's never been a workshop seminar among mediators to exchange roles. And I'm very pleased with Justice Atieno for your initiative of training more mediators and having them to be TOTs, because we expect that that team will take up the mantle of training more and running seminars, encouraging mediators to come together and share experiences, because that is not happening. Because there are shocking incidences with respect to the different categories and calibers of mediators out there. And I'll share a few. Now, I would like to, with time, make a case for practice directions on mediation for practitioners in the courts. Because mediators forget one of the cardinal rules, and I hope I'll skim through, which is you need to build rapport and trust with us lawyers, okay? So when you call me, I don't know you, I'm maybe having a busy day, and say, hi, I've been trying to call you. I've been appointed in Kitui as a mediator. I've called you several times. Then I said, okay, who is this? Then I said, please show me evidence of calling me, because I don't know who you are. Then they share something that is not even your number. Already they strike you out as someone who is not serious, and you're going to frustrate them and their efforts, especially if they appear very unprofessional. Because then you direct them, say, go and send an email, copy all of us, and tell us that you've been appointed, request this and that. And that's not happening. you know, so some level of standardization in how these mediators approach advocates is very important. Sometimes it's okay to meet clients separately. There's a place for advocates, I can assure you, especially for employment matters. I had an employment matter as a mediator, and I appreciated the role of a lawyer, because without a lawyer in that matter, because I'm not expected to advise party, one of the parties would have completely had their rights slept on, because there's some legal underpinnings for some of the rights that the parties are entitled to, but without a lawyer in some of those matters, then it's not possible. But don't call my clients and not tell me. So that the client is telling me, you know, this mediator called me and we just met last week. And I'm like, so was I going to stop the mediator from meeting you separately? Courtesy, you know. So how do you deal with the lawyers? How do you approach them? And there are many others. For example, a mediator who says, I think your client should pay because I think your client is culpable. You know, just to mention, these are actually true stories or on the experience out there. So finally, mediators need to have confidence. You need to be confident. A mediator is not somebody to be walked over. Once you have experience, then you can walk in confidence. And you can be rest assured that you will also be taken seriously. Some mediators are so timid, we can push you around, we can walk all over you, because I don't know what you think mediation is. And you think you can, you know, you're there to take instructions. So a bit of more confidence in the mediator, and knowledge in the subject matter sometimes as you pick your mediators is an important thing. Allow me to just skip and go to lawyers. There's been a lot of bashing to lawyers, saying lawyers are the ones that made this, like, okay, he's not here. Mr. What's his name? Habil Olaka said the project, I'm aware of the project with Strathmore, it failed. One of the reasons that was said is lawyers frustrating the process. LSK needs to know that there is still a lot to be done with respect to the legal profession to buy them and buy, you know, to get the buy-in into the mediation process. So once, when I was sitting once at the LSK ADR committee, it was agreed that every CPD should at least have a component of discussions on mediation, but I don't think it's happening, or ADR. But I think it's a lot to do still to get the buy-in of lawyers. Lawyers, once they are aware and they buy into mediation, it will be a very happy process for everybody. So I think we all need to go out there, raise awareness to all the stakeholders, especially lawyers, and make them support the process. I'll leave it there. Once we sell the value add, I think it should be fine. Because of the interest of time, allow me to say thank you for listening to me. No, my case was not referred to mediation, thank God, because the judge said he needed to go and acquaint himself with the case. It's not a case that can work in mediation, as are many others. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lumalas, sharing reflections there. And I hope as we were seated as participants, we could also pick in on the items where we can contribute towards achieving these desired results. So we have shared with you the journey of where we have come from. We have shared with you the vision that we currently have of social transformation through access to justice. We have also shared with you what are our targets. What are we setting for ourselves as an institution, which we are depending on your partnership for us to be able to achieve those targets. You had Judge mention that we have included in our performance measurement about what we are doing in ADR. Then we have also had the reflections that have given us pointers about what we need to do, all of us. And I hope that with the panel as ably given us a foundation with which we can move to now personal reflections as people in the ADR space, as lawyers, as mediators, as judges, as the screening officers, as the court users, and most definitely as Wanjiko. Please join me in a round of applause to just celebrate the panelists once more. We have requested the MC to allow us to take in a question or two, and mostly about the START vision. As if you notice from the program, that the rest of the items, the conversations around the legal and policy, the conversations about the targets and the way forward that we'd like to all take together about mediation, and again, the interrelation as to our various roles have been well captured in the rest of the sessions that we'll be having. We have, if you allow us to take two, maybe three, an extension to at least one lady. We have the two, we can take one from here, one from that side, and one from the lady to represent the questions that we'll have. I'll start with you, Mediator Fanya Mambo.
Thank you very much. As you've heard, my name is Fanya Mambo Kinuthia. As at November last year, an association of mediators in this country had only 40 members. I stand here as a chairman who represents more than 200 mediators and growing. And I can tell you, before the end of this year, the 1,500 registered mediators will be members of this association. So I'll be speaking for many. That reminds you to add me 30 seconds more. Now, COTRU is here representing 45 trade unions and more. Please, in those 45, there is a list of advocates for each of those trade unions, but there are no mediators. My members have told me to tell you, to tell COTRU, that for every advocate you have, please have a mediator, because some of the cases that are in court today would probably not be in court. The Federation of Kenya Employers has got 2,000 members. The accredited mediators are 1,500. I wish Madam Jackie Mugo was here so that we would request her to have at least one mediator for each of the members, which means all our 1,500 mediators will be attached somewhere, and they'll probably reduce the backlog of cases that is coming to the judiciary. Now, I'm begging you, next time, let's have the Insurance Regulatory Authority here. If there's one place where mediators feel there's a challenge, is insurance cases. We beseech you to make sure that next time, we try to make sure that they are here. Now, I'll go quickly because I'm about to finish. KBA, Kenya Bankers Association, again, Habi Lolaka, doctor, you have many members. Can you imagine, before you involved us, because you called us after the crisis, our members, you called us after the crisis, but we were able to unlock 7 billion into the economy. How much better would it have been if for every bank, because every bank has a list of advocates, can you imagine if every bank had one mediator or two on their panel? Please think about that. Finally, I'm Advocate Eunice. I'm a lawyer by training, and I'm seated next to Justice Muga Apondi, who is also a mediator. And Justice Anne Claire Williams is also a mediator. The caliber of mediators is changing and increasing, and we are happy to say that very many people with very good qualifications. Some of my members here who come for mentorship in my office owe me, because I sit there and someone tells me, I'm Dr. So-and-so. And I'm like, wait a minute, and you're coming for mentorship from me. I'm only a lawyer. And many of them are retired HR professionals. Many of them, I can tell you, have got very good CVs to their names. I even wonder, haya, na uko kwa mediation. So what we are trying to say is that the MAC has done a good job, that the bulk of the people they accredit actually have very serious qualifications. I have met very many mediators who are master's holders, and the kind of work they are doing is awesome. That's how we are able to unlock 7 billion into the economy in cases that had taken very many years in court. I am finishing, kabisa ya mwisho. Now, my members told me that it is no longer alternative dispute resolution. It is appropriate dispute resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mediator Kinuthia. Then we have Honorable Okal.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is, as she says, I have two areas that are very important. One from Madam Eunice. Madam Eunice, when let me say, when I'm appointed as a mediator for a case, I see people to contact. When I call the client, whoever I call first, hawezi kupatikana kwa sasa, including the advocate. So sometimes the advocate tells me, I cannot get this client. Then I say, are you serious? This is your person. It's still your person. Why do you decide now to say that simu yake hawezi kupatikana? So it gives us a very hard time. That is one. The second one is many people, after realizing that mediation is the way to go, they say, how do we contact the court to take this our case for mediation? So one of the panelists said, it is in the process. 5 years is long. Make it cheap so that people can walk to the court to request for mediation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Akal. Lady Justice Wasilo.
I just want to congratulate that panel for those presentations, very enlightening. I want Madam Lumalas to make a comment on this so that we are not accused of being activist judges or activist meddling into people's cases. Can you put a demarcation? Can you put a demarcation between a good case of referral as opposed to a case of meddling or being an activist or being accused as an activist, as a judge or a judicial officer? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as we give Honorable Lumalas, I think the two questions come to you, Senior. And as we go that way, I'll just invite the panelists to share reflections. And among them, we'll be having from Ms. Washuka, just to tell us what is it that we can do as participants who are here towards the achievement of the third vision. So we could start with you, Honorable Angela.
Thank you. When I flash back what we were doing when we started in 2015 and what we are discussing here today, I can only see a bright future. If we embrace what Mr. Fanyamambo has said today, in every aspect, in every area, we have a mediator there, then we will be able to address these disputes as they start. Even for the doctors, if they had a dispute sometimes back and it was resolved through mediation, they are having a similar dispute today. What did we do in between? What structures did we put in place to ensure that if this arises, we have the panel there to address it even before it starts? So I think we need to start reflecting how we should be able to make mediation services available at source. In every aspect, in every institution, we've always had advocates there. We've always had even nutritionists. You have a company that has a nutritionist to advise the managing director on what his employee should eat. Why not a mediator to also just address issues of disputes as they arise? For us at Kota Next Mediation and the Mediation Accreditation Committee, yes, I can confirm the credentials of the mediators that I have. It even sometimes makes me a bit worried, Justice Ocheng, because if I was to list the PhDs, the what and what, the people, the crop of mediators that we have on the panel, I think we are headed in the right direction. I think what we need to do is to just tighten the loose ends. What is it that we have not done in terms of communication between a mediator and an advocate? I'm happy Lumal has talked about practice directions just to ensure that we are doing the right thing. Sometimes we do the wrong thing, maybe unknowingly. We are embracing ICT. hopefully, and I think this can be confirmed that we may resort to smart assignment of cases using our platform, so that even we don't have mediators complaining that we have never been allocated a case. If you complain, I'll tell you that it is the system that does not want you, and why. Why doesn't the system want you? I remember in 2015, I used to share the list. It was in PDF. I used to share with Honorable Kenda Goria every month that these are the mediators we have accredited this month. Then before I remember, it is another month, and then I have to share another PDF list. At least right now, we just update in our cadastre system, and across the country, you will be able to know that this mediator has been accredited in these fields, they are active, and they have these credentials. So that's where we are headed, and I hope we shall walk the same journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wanjala. And we have Ms. Washuka.
Thank you very much. I think listening to the very robust conversation here today, I am almost tempted to say that we need mediation within mediation. But I think the way that we can animate a STAJ is to remember that we must reimagine justice. And I know that it's something that is progressive and is continuing, but we really must reimagine justice as a freedom derivative, meaning that we must allow ourselves to enable people's justice journeys. What STAJ does is it reconceptualizes court files into justice journeys, so that when there's a dispute, we are not saying how many cases are pending in the judiciary, how many court files are in the judiciary. The question then becomes, how many justice journeys? How long have our people walked? How do we need to walk with them? Because justice is about human dignity. If you remember anything about STAJ, remember that it is a system of utu or human dignity. So long as we then build a national culture of justice, a national culture of human dignity, I think we can all find space in empowering one another and in progressing justice in the places that it needs to go. And so I have taken the challenge to work with Judge Atieno and our honorable judges and leaders to put together a National Mediators Forum, a space where Mama C, who is a great champion of mediation, my own mother, who does not let me sleep because she's so excited about Justice Kenda. In fact, the other day, I just said, just adopt her. Just adopt her, she becomes my sister. And the work that mediators are doing, but also to tap into the wealth of experience that we have as a nation. Instead of having labor disputes, we need to have our great national capital of professionals really championing mediation. There's also space for innovation. At the forum, I hope we can all share things that work. I was just listening to Council Eunice, and I was wondering, why then don't we build a communication platform for advocates and mediators, so that instead of picking a call, you have like a platform where a mediator can establish contact with a client and an advocate in an automated system. I mean, if we can send money to Singapore today via M-Pesa, why can't we create a system where we support that communication? And because the issue here is transparency. to embolden transparency and to ensure that we are nurturing transparency. The other challenge that I've taken is that there's still much more to be done to ensure that there is continued capacity and training. And we're very grateful to Jones Day and to Judge Atieno and to the Kenya Bankers Association and all our collaborators for getting us here. But I think that we will also continue to work with you to ensure that there is more room for capacity and training, and especially to ensure that there is that intergenerational cooperation in mediation, so that we're not just seeing the experienced mediators, but we are also seeing a younger crop of mediators who understand the present and complex day issues of younger people. Finally, a challenge to myself as a lawyer, as an advocate. I have always challenged myself and recognized that the legal system is changing. The landscape is changing. In the next 20 years, we probably will be having AI lawyers and advocates. We will probably have a different realm of access to legal information. And I think that changing with the landscape is the way to go, that we challenge our profession to relax a bit and allow justice to flow like a river while maintaining the utmost standards and the highest standards of professional ethics. So I take away those assignments, and foremost the National Mediators Forum, and also a proposal to have a national multi-door access to justice conference championed under the realm of STAJ. And then we start to have a conversation about how can we all enhance and empower the justice journeys that our people are traveling on. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Justice.
I won't have much to say, and I know people are looking at their watches now, but I wanted to comment on what a brother asked there about how do you approach the court to ask the court to refer you for mediation. And that is quite simple, especially in the courts nowadays, because we are looking for promoting ADR anyway. So if you come to court and you or your lawyer wants to go for mediation, all you need to do is just to tell the judge, I'd like my case to go for mediation. And the judge will refer you to the DR, and the DR will then give you a mediator or ask you to go to the registry, and then you'll get the mediator. And even you yourself, before you even go to court, you can choose not to go to court first. And actually, even if you take your case to a lawyer and the lawyer has written the demand letter, and then now you have heard about mediation and all these other ADR mechanisms, you can tell the lawyer, let's first go for ADR before we file the case in court, so that you don't even waste money filing case in court, but you just go for ADR. So those are ways of doing it, but also, as Eunice was saying, even the judge themselves will be able to tell. Of course, you don't refer every case. I had said there are some cases that cannot go for mediation, but at least you look at about 75% of the cases that come before court, most of them can be resolved through ADR. So also the judge has that discretion to refer the case for ADR. So yeah, let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. And then finally, we have Ms. Lumalas.
I'll start with my reflections, and I'll be as brief as I can. In terms of the journey that personally I've traveled, I am mediator number 14. So I was among the first mediators called Annex Mediation. I would like to say that unlike any other disputes, mediation is good because it humanizes cases in a manner that us as practitioners never used to know before. And a win means different things. Now, What I have learned also is that personally, I am a better trial lawyer because of my knowledge and training in ADR. And therefore, I encourage all of you, because I'm able to represent parties more effectively when they come to me because of my training in ADR. In terms of the question that was asked, Honorable Carl, I think it has been noted. It's just a matter of rapport and how you approach parties and how you approach lawyers. If we're able to standardize and improve and build trust, then we as lawyers will trust you and you will have our full cooperation. Now, in terms of the question asked by Justice Helen, at least I have a very good answer, I think, and maybe. So basically what happened in one of the cases I was involved is this. We already went through mediation. One of the parties refused to participate. We expected that the mediator would do a non-compliance report. Now, when we have gone back and said that failed, we have had a mentioned date, we are hoping for a hearing date, we get another mediator calling and saying, I have been appointed mediator again. I think there's a bit of meddling there, because now that is wasting more time. Then I also had another one. We had a matter, and we knew because of the issues, we were prepared for a hearing. We had actually prepared, we had a hearing date. Then when we are almost close to the hearing date, we are told the matter has been referred to mediation. So I think that took us aback, and we had to write to the registrar and say, no, this matter we are not agreeing. And both counsel actually, we cooperated that time to say, no, we want to proceed with the hearing because we believe this is not the way to go. So I think maybe I'll just give those two examples. And just to highlight, I think what has been captured by the rules ought to cover. You have to look at the age of the case. I recently had a case that has been in the courts for nearly 38 years. It's a succession matter. Many succession matters are in court for that long. And this case, you can see several mediators had been appointed along the way. It was not working. So the age of the case and circumstances relating to the case are important. The value, that is the value of the case, nature and subject matter, issues, are they pure points of law, etc.? Is it a public interest? Is it a matter that you feel would benefit parties if they go to, is referred? So there, those issues I think are best, they can best come out during the case management, but also maybe for good cause someone can know. So I think also judges are very wise people and they'll be able to know which is the appropriate case, but it's just good to take into consideration some of these factors that have been listed. I thank you very much, Fanya Mambo. I think there's a problem also of very qualified mediators. You go to a mediation, someone will tell you, call me professor, mediator, not just mediator. But anyway, that's besides the point. You can have the knowledge, but you need to keep improving because things are changing. And the standards also need to be kept alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give them a round of applause to thank our panelists. On behalf of the Secretariat, we thank you for your attention. We have, I think, very many suggestions that are coming in and feedback about what is it that we can do to improve the mediation landscape. And I hope for the mediators in the House, you did not miss that there was a promise for a national forum for mediators. So we thank Honorable Ashika through the Office of the Chief Justice so that we can have that dialogue together. And of course, thank you for finding time, even as we're having these conversations and building the blocks towards that national conversation. Allow me to now invite the panelists that we can take back our seats and to thank you most sincerely for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Perhaps before you take your seats, we had something we wanted to gift you. So maybe you could just bear with me for 2 minutes and have your seats for 2 minutes. I'd like to invite Mr. Raymond Mulenje, who is representing us, without whom we would not be able to have this summit today. And we have some gifts. I would like to invite you up here on these wonderful panelists. And we would like to begin with Madame Eunice Lumalas, the chair of the Women ADR. Thank you very much for everything you have promised us. We also have something for Honorable Justice Anna Moore as well. Thank you very, very much for making time for your words. All right, wonderful. And then we have something obviously for the Chief of Staff from the Office of the CJ, Ms. Rose Washuka, and for her promise of the National Summit. And for Honorable Moses Wanjala, Registrar of Mediation Accreditation Committee. And last but not least, for definitely one of the best moderators I've had the pleasure of working with, Justice Kendago. It's becoming a chant. All right, fantastic. So we also did not manage to gift some of our panelists from the morning session. I'd like to invite the moderator for that session, Mr. Kandet, who perhaps could lead this session. We will be inviting Dr. Kwenjera to be the one doing the gifting.
Good afternoon. I'm told lunch will be served shortly after that session. We had my Lord Justice Fred Ochieng. You have a gift. Please just stand. Then Honorable Justice Baira Mongaya. Okay, I think Judge, he'll come there. Let's push it in the middle. We can come to the middle. Then Mr. Isaac Mbingi, representing the Court Secretary General. Please come in front. You know, I've worked as a magistrate for many years. And I've also worked as a registrar for many years. But when I grow up, I want to be a mediator. And I'm inspired by my Lord, retired Justice Muga Pondi. My Lord, I would want you to present this gift before Dr. Konjera to Fred Ochieng, Judge of Appeal. Worked as his deputy registrar when he was in the commercial division. And this is a retired judge who is now an accredited mediator. Let's applaud the judge. So bring the gift. I would like, my Lord, that you gift Justice Fred Ochieng. Let's follow my instructions. Judge Apondi to present the gift to Justice Ochieng. Thank you. Thank you very much, my Lord. We should have taken a photograph. I don't know. Yeah, that we need to archive that one. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, my Lord. Justice retired Apondi. Then Dr. Kwenjera, you can now gift Mr. Mbingi on behalf of Kotu, Kenya. Mr. Mbingi, please receive that gift from Daktari. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Then you'll give the principal judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Court. Yeah, looks a special one. And thank you. Thank you very much for that. I didn't have a gift myself, but it's okay.
Actually, we do have something for you. Dr. Kwenjera, please, we also have something.
Yes.
Candidate, if you can follow my instructions.
Claire, please come. Oh, my bad. My lady, please come. You have a gift from Dr. Kwenjera. Thank you very much. I think that's all. Do you have any other? Oh, there is one for me. What did I do, really?
Wonderful. A big round of applause for all my panelists for the early morning and the late morning. Thank you all very, very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my extreme pleasure now to invite you to what some people really came here for, which was lunch. But we will not say that too loudly, just in case people are a bit disappointed. All right, so we, at the same time, we also do not want to forget that we have a very large online attendance or crowd. So we want to acknowledge you here. We will not be able to invite you over for lunch, but maybe we can send you photos or something like that. Wonderful. So I also want to take this advantage, ladies and gentlemen, just to apologize that the tea in the morning was not smooth, as we prefer to have it here in Strathmore. We have managed to pinpoint what one of the difficulties we were having was, and I think we have found a solution. Do you want to know what the solution is for lunch? No, the solution is not to have lunch. The solution is, number one, we want to just very, very kindly request that for those of us who do not have the registration tags, the ones with the blue tag, etc., if you do not have one of those, we would like to invite you to the registration desk outside on my right, just to get your tag there. And from there, then you can now proceed on for lunch. For those of us who already have those tags, you are very welcome using the exit on my left again to make your way over to the tents for lunch. Secondly, we, excuse me, we have not finished yet. People, the food is enough. The food, this time I've made sure the food is enough. They came for lunch, yes. All right, wonderful. Then the second thing we've tried to do is to increase the serving points so that the queue moves a bit faster than we had in the early morning session. All right, then the last reminder is you have washrooms at the back of the auditorium. I will be at your tables in exactly an hour, so that's more or less at 2:45, and then we'll see how we can recover that time in the afternoon session. So just to beg your pardon that things are not as smooth as we would like them here in Strathmore in the morning, and let's see if with your cooperation, lunch could be much, much smoother. So ladies and gentlemen, karibuni lunch. Asante.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kindly let's settle down. Kindly, Dr. Naomi Karibu on stage. At the back, kindly let's settle down. Madam Helen Namisi, we will kindly ask you to sit down. My Lord Justice Odunga, karibu on stage. After Okay, so the panelists are ready. We are beginning our session shortly. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. I'll keep at I don't think I have your attention. Good afternoon, everyone. That's better. Welcome back to the afternoon session. This session is being moderated by my lady, Justice Jemima Kelly. She's a member of the Employment and Labor Relations Court, ADR Committee. Karibu sana, Judge, and you'll introduce your panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Kindly let us settle down. Kindly let us settle. I'm standing because some people are still standing, so I can't be seated when they are standing. I'm a judge. So let's respect each other. You can't be standing when the judge is sitting. So that is on a light touch. I have been introduced to you. Just to add that mediator number 7. So when you invite the conference, you must invite me because I worked for free for judiciary for many years before they introduced the payment. So I wish to introduce my panelists. Just I realize the program you have does not have the bios. So I'm just going to introduce them shortly. From the far end, I'll introduce from the far end is Jacqueline Wainya. Siab is a chartered arbitrator, the highest rank in arbitration profession. She is also the chairman of Kenya branch, Chartered Institutes of Arbitrators, which is based in London. We have the Kenya branch, she's the chair. And she's well educated with 2 master's degrees, one from London, Queen's Mary, London, and another from the University of Nairobi, and she's a doctorate student. Please clap for her. We are delighted to have her, and the next person to be introduced will be Dr. Naomi Nyawira Njuguna, who is, you can just raise your hand so that people can see you. Again, this is an accomplished academician with a doctorate from the University of Leicester United Kingdom. She, among others, teaches employment law, very relevant to our discussion today, and also an advocate of 18 years standing. I will not read everything, just know she's an accomplished academician. Then we move next to her. It's Madam Miss Irene Kashindi. Kashindi is an advocate of 15 years experience, very accomplished, a partner in Munyao, Mudama, and the Kashindi Advocates. And she specializes in commercial and civil litigation, and also specializes in employment and labor relations. Kashindi is a member of the Committee of Experts of ILO. Let me just repeat that. Member of the Committee of Experts of the International Labour Organization. And you can see this is very relevant to the matters of our court because it is through their advice or expertise on how they interpret the application of the conventions and the recommendations that also guides the court. Again, she is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, which is also the highest rank in terms of education matters of arbitration. Let me move on then to my Lord, Honorable Justice George Oduga, Judge of the Court of Appeal, and in this Mediation Summit, the Chair of Mediation Accreditation Committee. That is the person who decides whether you will be a mediator or whether you are no longer fit. So it's good to please him. He arose from the High Court and was an accomplished judge of the High Court before ascending to the Court of Appeal. Very decorated judge with awards 2018, 2016 from the Law Society of Kenya, Jurist of the Year Award from the ICJ, and in 2023, Wadi of Judicial Integrity Award by Transparency International. I have given a summary of their bios. They are very accomplished, so maybe with the time you can check online and you can read the bios for yourselves. So I am going to give three of the panelists some few minutes. We had discussed that, and I'm going to start with Dr. Junguna, and Dr. Junguna will, in some few minutes, tell us, you realize our topic is very academic. It is theoretical foundations of the use of mediation in dispute resolution, in labor matters. Dr. Junguna, can you enlighten us on historical developments of ILO conventions, International Labour Organization conventions? In just a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice Kelly. And good afternoon to you all. Great. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here this afternoon. And you know, we are picking up from the conversations that we had in the morning, very robust, interesting conversations. And now we're just transitioning into this session where we want to understand the international context and the foundations that you know, make up the grievance handling processes within this country. And it would be remiss of us, you know, not to discuss this body, the ILO, because it is our apex governing body, even as a country, within labor matters. So my discussion this afternoon really is centered around the history of the ILO and its conventions. Very briefly, you know, this is not a 3-hour lecture, you know, at the university. So I'll try to rein myself in, but it will provide that much needed context that we need to understand the grievance management processes, and particularly mediation. And I think when we talk about the ILO, of which we are a member, interestingly, its birth, you know, was actually out of what can be seen to be a grievance management process. It was formulated by the Treaty of Versailles in 1919. So part 13 of that particular treaty is what formed or established the ILO. And of course, from our history, we know that this particular treaty ended World War I. So it was the treaty, or it was a process where peace, grievances, complaints, were being handled between Germany and the Allied nations. And of course, it's interesting to note that it also came on the wake of the Spanish flu pandemic. So there are quite a number of parallels that we can see as to what is happening to us in Kenya today with regard to grievance handling, as well as the pandemic that we went through just recently. So one would probably want to ask, what has an international labor body got to do with a world peace process? What has labor got to do with peace? And the simple answer to that question is in the recognition, really, that one of the underlying factors and the fuelers actually to the war was disgruntled workers, because it came in the wake of industrialization, when there was a lot of development happening within the European section, and there was a lot of dissatisfaction amongst the workers, long working hours, discrimination, unfair treatment, poor working conditions. So when the peace process started, the workers actually demanded through their unions and representatives that they wanted to be at the negotiation table. They needed to sit at the table so that a regulation or a regulatory framework that would govern them could be put on the table and regulations made. So the ILO, when it was formed, sought to institutionalize the workers' voice. So what the intention was to move away from what we would call revolutions, uprisings. They wanted to tame that and give the workers an organized voice that they can use at the table. And it's interesting that the philosophical roots then of the ILO is the promotion of peace, which is what we're talking about today as we talk about the harmonious resolution of disputes. And so in this effort, there are two things that come about when we look at the ILO. There's cooperation and social dialogue, two things that have actually been thematic through our conversations in the morning. The ILO also developed the tripartism approach to making of decisions and formulating of conventions and recommendations. This tripartism approach, in that spirit of peace promotion, takes into account the voice of the government, the voice of employers, and the voice of employees, right? So it's one of the only international bodies where it's not just the government pushing an agenda, but this one is everybody who is a valid stakeholder. Those are the three, but it doesn't mean other stakeholders like the corporates and the civil society don't have a voice within the social dialogue mechanisms. So dispute resolution is actually a very key concern within this tripartite approach to convention making within the ILO system. So it provided a foundation, okay, to making the labor standards. So these labor standards, I'm really like highlighting what would be a two-session labor class. These conventions, these standards rather, are made up of two. There is the conventions, which are legally binding, and then there's the recommendations, which are not legally binding, and they don't have to cover every convention. They just cover various sections which needs some guiding principles to interpretation of that labor issue. And so in bringing these conventions and recommendations, what I want to do as we look at the history of these conventions, just note that we have about 190 conventions. You know, the ILO has about 190 conventions. It's not possible to name them all in a sitting such as this, but my presentation would give certain highlights. Also, it has about, I think, 26 recommendations. So there are quite a number of legal, in 206, sorry, not 26, 206 recommendations and 6 protocols. So what I want to do is just highlight to us the areas where grievances are bound to happen and where the ILO has formed conventions and recommendations that actually help countries to come up with or require countries to come up with guidelines as to how they're going to deal with those particular issues. Freedom of association is one of the areas. Collective bargaining, we've seen it in our own country right now with the doctors' strike. That's an area where there's a lot of grievance, forced labor, child labor, you know, all these areas. Equality of opportunity is an area where violation of rights and grievances would happen. Employment policy is also another area. I think in this one, it's worth noting that there is a recommendation that was given in 2017 for employment and decent work for peace and resilience. So there's still that thematic aspect running through, that these conventions are actually supposed to promote peace within the workplace and indeed also the world. Employment promotion, vocational guidance and training. I would want to comment here and say that one of the areas where there's a lot of disgruntlement and where mediation can come in to provide social dialogue is when we find in a country graduates, university graduates, are not getting absorbed in the labor market. And so your training, there's a whole, you know, battalion of skilled labor force, but there is nowhere for them to go. And so in this vocational guidance and training aspect, you know, the challenge is actually to find secure work for this contingent of labor that is commensurate to their skills and knowledge. Yeah, so there's a lot of disgruntlement in that area. Employment security, wages and pay, working time. Okay, I think our parliament refused to approve the concept of separation. You know, what is it called? The right to disconnect. You know, so your boss can call you, can keep calling you after hours. The idea of the right to disconnect is that it gets to a certain point, your boss cannot call you and ask you to do anything. But somehow it has not won the hearts of our legislators. Occupational safety and health is also an area, social security. And now let's come to the more recent ones: maternity protection, protection of domestic workers, sexual harassment and violence in the workplace, and of course, the issue that my colleague, Ms. Kashindi, will talk about, which is grievance and dispute handling within the ILO. In the interest of time, what I want to say is this, because that's the historical, I've given a very brief history of this. There is the link between the ILO's function and its duty to promote social justice. I think that's one of the things that we've been hearing from the morning. In an ever-increasing global economy, challenges are being fostered in the workplace that cannot simply be sorted out by formal justice systems. So dealing with labor market insecurity, crises like pandemics and political instability may not properly be held in a formal justice forum. So in keeping, well, what I heard, in keeping with SAJ, social transformation, in keeping with the STAJ agenda and the vision, I think what we need to do as I hand over the battalion, the baton to Irene to explain a little bit more on this grievance handling process is we need to collaborate as a country with the ILO a bit more closely to conduct what I term as conflict transformation, not necessarily conflict resolution, because resolution does not sometimes take into account the structural causes of the disputes that occur in these spaces that I've talked about. So we need to transform our conflict management systems in the spirit of Ubuntu or Utu, as was raised to us earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Junguna. I'm sure all of us are learning something, especially about the history of ILO and the journey they have come from. Let's now hear from the expert on ILO conventions and recommendations. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Justice Kelly, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Let me adopt whatever it is that was laid down earlier. In the interest of time, I dive into my presentation. And thank you, Dr. Njuguna, for setting the background for what I'm now going to present, because now I'll take a deep dive on what the ILO framework is in as far as dispute resolution in the labor labor sector is. But before I do that, I think I'll just make a few introductory remarks, just speaking and echoing what some of the speakers that spoke earlier today said, that whether we like it or not, conflict is inherent and quite inevitable in the workspace. I think that we can agree. Because of the nature of employment, is that conflict would arise in any life cycle of an employment relationship. Conflict would arise. And then we also, the second thing that a fundamental thing that we also can agree, and I think as was mentioned earlier in the morning, that when conflict arises in the workspace, it's just not any other conflict, because we're talking about conflicts in the workspace. And therefore, cost of labor disputes can be very high, can be really, really high. And that's why we are having these conversations and capacity building and talking about what it is that can be done to have effective dispute resolution mechanisms then become very, very important, because as the CS I think said in the morning, that dispute resolution in the labor space is actually a catalyst for economic growth. So it is extremely important that we must have that at the back of our mind. Then now, what does the ILO conventions and recommendations say about dispute resolution in the labor space? Generally, the ILO leaves room to member states to design their own ways of dispute settlement systems. And this is in recognition that, the circumstances in each country could be different. And therefore, it gives that leeway that the specific dispute resolution systems or mechanisms are left to the country to decide. But of course, there are certain principles that apply across the board. And the common, or rather the main instrument that I will talk about is recommendation number 92. But before I talk about recommendation number 92, I'll just talk about generally what are the general or common forms of labor dispute systems from the ILO infrastructure or ILO system. The most common one, of course, is mediation. That's why we're in the mediation summit, and conciliation. And if you look at most of the ILO literature that you might find online, sometimes these two are used interchangeably, and there's a reason for that, because some countries actually do not differentiate conciliation and mediation. But I think in Kenya, we have a differentiation on what disputes would go to conciliation, what dispute would go to mediation, and what the role of a mediator and a conciliator are. In Kenya, we draw that distinction, but that's why you will see in some of the ILO instruments, mediation and conciliation are used one after the other or sometimes interchangeably, but just understand it's because in some countries, there's no differentiation between those two. So those are the two most common conciliation and mediation in most of the ILO member countries. And what then, how does it look like? Or rather, what are the institutional framework in most of the ILO member countries? There are three. There are three main categories of the institutional framework. One of them, and which applies in our Kenyan context, is within labor systems, within ministries or departments of labor. And here I'm talking about the framework that is under the Labor Relations Act, the conciliation mechanism, so that within the ministries of labor, then we have a department or a mechanism of resolving labor disputes of a certain kind. And this is usually common in African countries, some countries in Asia, some European countries within the Arab world, and some American countries. That's the first one. The second one is where we have independent statutory bodies or bodies that have some quasi-judicial structure. And this is where you have bodies that have a high degree of autonomy, and they are the most common example is what happens in South Africa. South Africa, we have the CCMA, the Commission for Conciliation and Mediation and Arbitration. In the UK, we have Advisory Conciliation and Arbitration Service. I think in the US, and Justice Atieno can confirm, we have the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service. Other countries, my presentation will have other examples of other countries, what they have. That's the second way, the second institutional framework that we see in most ILO countries, member countries. And then the third one is what I'm calling mixed or shared arrangements, where labor prevention, or rather labor disputes institutions have some mixed outlook, where we have the tripartite partners, the social partners coming together to form a body that then resolves dispute in one way or the other. And some examples here are Belgium, Spain, and so on and so forth. My presentation will give a bit more details on that. And now let me just spend 1 or 2 minutes then to talk about a key instrument from ILO that talks about dispute resolution in the labor space. And this is recommendation number 92. It is in full, it's called voluntary conciliation and mediation. Recommendation number 92, voluntary conciliation and mediation. It's a very short conversion, only has 7 articles. And I'll just take a few minutes to highlight what this instrument says. It says that, it starts by saying that voluntary conciliation machinery appropriate to national conditions. Remember, that's what I talked about. And why it is that ILO would emphasize appropriate national conditions, that each country should then have trust and confidence with the body or mechanism that they come up with to resolve their disputes. And that's why the ILO then gives that leeway. And then this convention, this recommendation talks about not only settlement of disputes, it actually talks about prevention. So prevention, I think earlier today we had someone talk about prevention. I think it was Jacqueline Mugo, if I'm not wrong, or the CS, talking about prevention as being part of still labor resolution, dispute resolution from the labor space, so that we are starting with prevention, not only just settlement of dispute when they arise. And then one of the key emphasis of this recommendation is voluntary nature of dispute resolution. I think maybe a little more when we do the plenary, we can talk about that. But there is a great emphasis in this recommendation about the voluntary nature of either, whether it is conciliation or mediation or any other dispute resolution mechanism that member states or countries can come up with. There is also part of what is encouraged in this recommendation, because as Justice, I'm calling you Justice, Dr. Njuguna said, recommendations are sort of like soft law. They are guidelines that are not necessarily binding, but they give very good guidelines. They are not They are not binding on member states, but they give very overarching guidelines that member states then should follow. That, for example, they encourage parties who refer disputes to dispute resolution mechanism to avoid, for example, going on with a strike or a lockout in the spirit of achieving peace and resolution at the end of it all. So then the convention says that if a dispute has been submitted to conciliation procedure with the consent of all parties, then the parties should be encouraged to abstain from strikes and lockouts while the conciliation process goes on. Not that it undermines the right to strike or the right to lockout, but it just says that then parties should abstain. And then one of the other things that is really encouraged, or rather this recommendation talks about, is that the dispute resolution mechanism that member states should adopt should be free of charge and expeditious. And I'm sure that's where my learned friends would be looking at me with a side eye. But free here means, you know, like if you're going to conciliation in the Ministry of Labor, you don't pay for it. In the court annexed mediations, parties don't pay for it, but they can still pay their lawyers, they can still pay their witnesses. That is not prohibited here. But the fact that the procedure should be free and expeditious is a key emphasis that is placed, that is put forth by this recommendation. It also states that national laws or regulations should fix the time frame within which the resolution is, or rather resolution or settlement or disputes are taken through as the dispute resolution mechanism. You fix it in advance. So we are talking about 60 days for court annexed mediation, 30 days for conciliation under the Labor Relations Act, and so on and so forth. So that is one of the other things that I needed to emphasize. I think the other things you will pick from my presentation when I share. Lastly, Judge, towards my as I wind up, let me mention a recommendation that talks about grievance at the workspace, because under ILO and even under our Employment Act, when dealing with grievance is specifically, I think under our act is provided for under Section 12. And what the ILO provides under the recommendation number 130, which is called Examination of Grievance Convention, is that it encourages employers and employees to develop policies and mechanisms at the workplace, even before a dispute escalates to formal dispute resolution mechanism to resolve disputes. And that's why you will see in your HR policies, you have the grievance process that is that are usually set out in employers' manuals or even incorporated in employees' contract, that then are meant to proactively address problems at the workspace that before disputes escalate to formal mechanisms or before they become contentious. So that convention gives details of what should go into a HR, that policy, grievance policy, escalation of dispute resolution from the lowest level, like if you have a grievance, deal with it with your boss before you go to the manager, the general manager, or whatever it is, before then you now go to formal, dispute resolution mechanism. ILO gives a very, very good guidance on that looks like. Judge, allow me to wind up by just listing a few best practices from ILO publications and guidelines on for the questions. Very, very well, very well. I'd like 4 so that I can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll give you time for that. And
very well.
I know we are in the Lala Salama section. After that, sumptuous lunch, I can see some of us are gone. Kindly let's rise up. Let's rise up. And I'm just going to ask you, please say hi to your neighbor. Tell them your name. Bas. Let's take our seats. I'm sure we are all awake. We are all awake. Let us take our seats. Let us take our seats. Greetings. Yes. Thank you so much. I believe we are now awake because we are going to have my Lord Judge Ondunga, Judge of the Court of Appeal and the Chairman of Mediation Accreditation Committee. And he's going to tell us about court annex mediation. Judge, do take us through highlights of the court annex mediation. Judge had requested to stand, and I grant that right. We can take the podium. Thank you.
So all protocols observed. Good afternoon. The reason why I requested to stand is not because I want to be a Chief Justice, although that wouldn't be a very bad idea anyway. But I did for two reasons. One is that every time I make a presentation when I'm seated, not when I'm seated, when I'm standing, people accuse me of making a presentation when I'm seated. The second reason is for the sake of my CV. But there's a story about a gentleman who went for interview, and he was asked an interview that required some experience in public speaking. And he was asked that, have you ever had an opportunity to address a gathering? And he said, yes. And then he was asked that, what did you say? And he said, not guilty. Now you know, court annex mediation in this country is mandatory. It's mandatory in the sense that when you file your case, we screen it, and we decide for you where you should go. So to that extent, it is mandatory, and it is required under Article 48, that is access to justice. Access to justice means that justice ought to be dispensed as fast as possible, as required under Article 159 2B. So it is a constitutional imperative that we do what we are doing. Mediation didn't start yesterday. It didn't start after the 2010 Constitution, and it didn't come on a silver platter. It started before 2010. The Rules Committee, which is the creator of Section 81 of the CPA, that is Civil Procedure Act, conducted a nationwide exercise collecting views from members of the public in order to amend that particular act. It came up with a proposed Order 45A, which was meant to be the one dealing with mediation, amendments to Section 2, 59, and 81 of the Civil Procedure Act, which were to provide for a conduct of mediation and other related issues. However, when this proposal went to Parliament, Parliament thought it fit to delete nearly all the proposals. Parliament only left Section 81(2), which was a rather vague section, to just empower the Rules Committee to make rules relating to the selection of mediators and the hearing of matters referred to mediation under the Act. That was it. All the other aspects of mediation didn't see the light of the day when they went to Parliament. So it became very difficult at a particular point in time to proceed with the mediation. Although as the Rules Committee decided that after all, the provision is in the Constitution itself. So it doesn't bar any judge from referring matter to mediation, even without those particular provisions. That was after the Constitution came into force. But it was then that our legislature found it fit to now bring in those amendments, which were brought in 2012 by amendment to Section 59 of the Civil Procedure Act. With that amendment came the establishment of MAC, that is Mediation Accreditation Committee, with a mandate that was provided under that particular section. Mediation Accreditation Committee is not just me, as was said. So when you go for interview and you don't pass, don't say that it's me who has failed you. There's a number of organizations represented in that committee: the Rules Committee, the AG, the Law Society, the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, the Kenya branch, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, ICJ Kenya, ICPA Kenya, ICPS, KBA, that is Kenya Bankers, FKE, as well as Code 2. So all those bodies are represented. It's important to know the mandate of the MAC. MAC's mandate is to accredit mediators, maintain an updated register of accredited mediators, enforce code of ethics, and handle complaints on the conduct of mediators, as well as setting up appropriate training for mediators. Now, as you can see from that particular mandate, we do not have the powers, for example, to deal with day-to-day activities of mediation. That's why the then Chief Justice thought it fit and wise to set up the court annex mediation. A lot of us confuse court annex mediation with the Mediation Accreditation Committee. Court annex mediation is the one that deals with the day-to-day operation of mediation. Mediation Accreditation Committee does not deal with that work. So I think it's important that we know that distinction. So what we have done is that we have developed instruments that help accredit mediators, as well as training institutions. We don't train. MAC does not train. We don't have the powers to train. And we don't have any legal framework for training in this country as yet. So what happens is that we have a criteria for accrediting institutions that desire to conduct training. So what they do, they send us their curriculum, we look at them, we decide whether this is appropriate for our purpose or not. If it is not, we just reject it. So that's what we do. Of course, the members of MAC were gazetted in 2015. The pilot mediation rules came in 2015 as well. Initially, the pilot was being conducted in the family division, as well as the commercial division. We are told about amount that has already been released. I don't want to go there. We are aware of that. We have developed various policy documents, including accreditation standards, mediator code of conduct, service charter, among others. So if you are a mediator, better ensure that you are well versed in those ones. With the help of experts, we have developed mediation mentorship guidelines. We have developed a 40-hour mediation certification course, as well as the continuous development guidelines, which we hope to launch very soon. We have been collaborating with other institutions, both in this country and outside. Here, we have been collaborating with the Kenya Bankers Association, the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee that we met just a month or so ago. We intend to also have all discussions with the IBC once we know who is there. Association of Kenya Insurers, somebody mentioned today that they are a bit difficult. We'll try to see whether we can get through to them, because that's a very important partner in mediation, and we need to bring everybody on board. We have also been aiming at ensuring that we maintain high standards of mediation, not only in this country, but even outside. To this end, we had a visit through the offices of Honorable Okubo. Honorable Okubo, I think, is here. Many of the registrar of the East African Court of Justice. And we had a very good discussion with the judges of that court, the staff, the lawyers, both from Tanzania and Pan-African, as well as the staff from the African Court on Human and People's Rights that is stationed in Arusha. So this is exactly what we are trying to do. We are trying to reach out to other bodies. We are hopeful that we will be able to reach out to the African Union. We are also trying to get in touch with the West African bodies that also regulate mediation so that we can move together in that direction. The local legal framework, as I mentioned, the Constitution is one of them. We have the Civil Procedure Act, which provides for mediation at Section 59. We now have the Civil Procedure Court Annex Mediation Rules of 2022. That is important that you become well-versed in them. It took us a bit of some time before we got these rules out, but eventually we did. What I wanted to mention in these particular rules is the issue of private mediation. I think that is one single development that came with those rules, that now it's possible for you to have a private mediation outside there and bring it to us in court so that we help you to realize the fruits of that process, which was not there before. What happens, first of all, is that you just deposit the agreement with us, because initially there's no dispute. After all, it's a settlement. And then later on, if there's a problem, it can now be registered and executed as an order of the court. I'll just go through briefly, very fast on related statutes. That is Labor Relations Act, also provides for mediation. Marriage Act provides for it. We have the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration. We have the National Cohesion and Integration, National Police Service, Sports Act. All these provide for some form of mediation or the other, if you go through them. At the international level, or regional level, we have the East African Community Mediation Agreement. We have, of course, the UN Charter, a United Nations Convention on International Settlement Agreement, the Singapore Convention, which I think we all ought to be aware of, the UN Commission on International Trade. There are quite a number. I think you'll go through my paper and see all of them there. Now, it's important for us to appreciate that before the last parliament retired, there was a mediation bill. There was a mediation bill in parliament. It was published in 2020, but it died when parliament also retired. There is an ADL policy. I can't say exactly where it is. It has reached now, but there's a policy we have been trying to get to know exactly where it is. But that policy is the one that ought to initiate now the bills. We don't know whether there'll be two bills like last time. Last time there was one in the National Assembly and one in the Senate. So we are not sure whether the two will still come back or they'll come back separately. But I think you better keep an eye on those bills when they come out, because last time we had some serious reservations about part of the some sections of the bills. Just briefly on some countries that have adopted mediation. Mediation is, of course, practiced in the UK. The UK position is that if you are referred to mediation, you have failed to attend mediation, you pay costs. It doesn't matter whether you win or you lose. So it's more of a mandatory system. We may think whether we want to go that way or not. There's an organization called OHADA. I'm sure Judge Anne Williams is aware of it very, very well. It is based in Cameroon. It has about 17 states, mostly from Central and Western Africa. It's doing very, very well in terms of mediation. And that's the way we should go in the East African region. That's what we are trying to do. If our brothers and sisters agree to have a particular body in the region that deals with this mediation. I've also mentioned certain countries where they have mediation, South Africa, Madagascar. They're all there with some form of mediation or other. Some have better systems, some have systems that are a little bit problematic. How far have we gone? The courts have fully embraced mediation and other forms of ADR, as we are told earlier on. We are told the number of cases that have been dealt with, the money that has been brought back to the economy, and where the future of mediation. As we continue to develop mediation in Kenya, the future is bright. I can say without fear of contradiction that anybody who thinks that we'll go back on mediation is really dreaming. It's a big dream. We'll never go back there. And what I'm saying, you can take it to Mr. Molenge's clans as security, and they'll give you a loan. Because it's the truth. We are not going back to where we came from. There have been some challenges, of course, in mediation. The quality standards have been raised, which we are looking into. The apathy from lawyers is also another problem, although quite a good number of lawyers are embracing mediation. We need to see how to bring technology into mediation. The budgetary allocation is, of course, a concern to us. Sensitization is a problem. I don't understand how some courts have not referred any matter to mediation. I think it's just sensitization. So basically, I think we need to expand the scope of mediation to include criminal matters. I've been to some courts in this country that are applying mediation. They're already doing it with a lot of success, and the people are very happy about it.
Time.
Yeah, I'm just winding up. Thank you, Judge. So you think about criminal matters in the mediation, and lastly, we think of adequate legal framework. Those ADR bills and whatever, we need to get them as soon as yesterday. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Lordship. A time I think is gone, so I'm going to do Jacqueline Wainya is the chair of SIAB Kenya branch. We call her chairman. It's an official title. I understand that the branch recently undertook a study on the status of ADR in Kenya. Goodly, if you could, in some few minutes, enlighten us on what were your findings.
Okay, thank you so much, Lady Justice Kelly, and thank you so much to my fellow panelists for the presentations that they have already made, and for the opportunity to be here to speak about what CIAB is doing locally on the status of ADR. And this is a study that we undertook towards the end of last year. And we were able to poll different people, academicians, industry, also some members of the judiciary, our members of CIAB as well. And what we found is that amongst the three key, I think now there are four, but the three main ADR mechanisms, mediation first and foremost is the most popular. Everybody loves mediation, and they and I think if we look at the trajectory that we had, because we asked a few questions about the progression and how it has developed in the country,
it has really grown from the day we were in 2016 when we were 20 mediators. Like Justice Kelly, I'm also mediator number 5. And what we found from because some of the questions we asked, okay, which is your favorite ADR mechanism? It was mediation. Why do you like mediation? The voluntariness, I think, was number 1. The confidentiality was number 2. And also how it is versatile and applicable to so many different specialty areas of practice. So it could be adopted, and then also the support that the MAC and CAM have also given to mediation has played a huge role in making it possible for people to participate in mediation. We also had mediators polled as well, and we asked, so why and how do you think we can improve mediation? The why is, why does mediation work? Of course, there's the win-win aspect, but they did raise a few issues related to why mediation is not working. Of course, I think we've had the issue of lawyers being a challenge. Now, this is what I want to tell my fellow mediators. Yes, it is an issue, but only 15% of those polled thought that it was a problem amongst the parties and amongst the mediators that we polled. And that is out of 100%. So 75% think that there are other issues, usually the intransigence of parties sometimes, and this is probably one of the weaknesses that we have found, not only in Kenya. I think Ontario also did a study on the benefits and the challenges of court-annexed mediation, because our program is fairly similar to theirs. Now, they found that the intransigence of the parties is probably one of the biggest problems, the no-shows, and surprisingly, 45% of everybody thinks that we are not doing sufficient advocacy for mediation. So I think that is the number 1 challenge for us here in Kenya. Now, I wish I could say that our statistics are any different from what we see around the world. Now, you may or may not know that CIAB is a network of institutions which do ADR around the world, based in London. And we have different branches around the world. Kenya is one of them. We were established in 1984. Please clap for us. We are turning 40 this year. When we engage with our fellow branches, and I was first single out the UK, because in the UK, we were an amicus to a case that came up. It's called James Churchill. I always have trouble pronouncing the name of the respondent. But in the Churchill case, the reason why it came before the Court of Appeal was because the council objected to a matter being referred to mediation, specifically mediation. So CIAB joined as an amicus, and of course, we were successful. And the outcome of that case was that any judge has the discretion to have the process or have control over the process, including referring it to a non-judicial dispute resolution process, which was a big win for them. Unlike us, I know we have, is it section 81? It feels like it's something very slim, but it is something very weighty. So other jurisdictions do not have what we do. And when we have engaged with other branches also from Africa, I was in Lusaka, Zambia, in February of this year. And we also had their Chief Justice there talking about how they're going to make their mediation program like the one in Kenya. Can you give yourselves a big clap?
Actually, I'll cut you short. I know the moderators, because we are delayed starting, so we are also rushing this section. And I just give 1 minute to Irene to tell us what are, as an expert, what is the best maximum 4 best practices in mediation as an expert.
There's a book or a publication that has been done by ILO. It's called Labor Dispute System. It's available online. You can just search and get it. It's a very good resource that I've borrowed to list some few things that it talks about, not only just mediation, but conciliation. So I'd listed more, but let me stick to the 4 that you talked about, Judge. So what ILO advises member states is to continuously look at the labor systems that are in place to confirm whether or not law reform, as Justice Odunga has talked about, is necessary. Like, for example, in Kenya, do we want to go the CCMA way in South Africa, or do we want to even improve from that, what they have in that framework, such that we have an improved version that is specific to labor disputes? That is food for thought. That is a proposal that ILO encourages member states to do. And the second thing that ILO then encourages member states from that publication is that look at the existing system and improve it by digitalization. I think we've talked about digitalization in the morning. So computerization of the processes, redesigning forms, of course, capacity building, better communication. I don't know whether my learned senior Eunice was here earlier. Things to do with better communication and improved relationship between all the actors in the mediation or conciliation space is something that publication also talks about. I mentioned earlier, but I'm just putting it for emphasis, that preventing and minimizing conflict should also be an emphasis. But of course, if it cannot be resolved, then you escalate it through consensus and negotiation. 2 last points. I think there is the issue of voluntariness of mediation and conciliation. I keep referring to the 2 of them for the reason that I said it earlier, that needs to be emphasized, whether you're looking at changing the legal framework or enhancing what you already have, you still maintain the freedom of voluntarily and party autonomy. I think we keep talking about party autonomy from an ADR perspective. Party autonomy is also very important from a mediation perspective, and ILO emphasizes that. And Judge, allow me to end by what our committee said last year in our general survey. The general survey was titled Labor Administration in a Changing World of Work. There's a whole section that talks about labor systems, labor disputes. And this is what the committee said. The committee said that conciliation and mediation facilities should ensure the respect of good governance principles, in particular with regard to broad accessibility. So we're talking about accessibility across the country, for example, for us, all our counties, equity and inclusiveness, rapid resolution, efficiency of institutions, and effectiveness of their procedures. This is a report that was released as recent as February this year, which is available online and gives more input, which I encourage you to read. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Irene. We are going to take 1 question. It will be unique. 1 question. 1 question related to what they have discussed, not to general mediation. That one you can ask another panel. Just stick yourself to this panel. Any question?
Yeah, I have just 1 comment.
No. Please. Any question? If there are no questions, I'll give.
Judge,
it was very academic.
There's a question online.
Yes.
From one of the online participants.
Yes.
The question is, unless I am wrong, on the judiciary side, the list of accredited mediators was last updated in January 2018.
The list of mediators.
Accredited mediators was last updated.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It will be answered by the chair of accreditation committee, Justice Ondunga.
That's a very good question. It started by saying, unless I'm wrong. And that's where the answer is. It's current. Yes. Updated.
This year.
We can get where do people get to see who is listed? Is there a link? Maybe you can read I think it may benefit the audience to know where to check out the mediators.
Thank you. I was doing a response. Like I said in the morning, we were doing PDF lists every month. We were sharing with the court annexed mediation and posting on the judiciary website. That stopped when we developed the platform where we do update the list and the details of the mediators. And that is up to date. It was updated just a few minutes ago because that is where we key in new mediators, we edit their details, their status, and so on. And that is where you will find the 1,515 mediators. Unfortunately, they do not have access to that database. And we are just discussing with the Honorable Kendagor to see how probably mediators and other members of the public can have access to that database, but it is up to date.
You, Honorable Wanchara and Justice Ondunga. I can see the chair has one burning question. We should, by 4 sharp, we should be down there. Just what
Yes,
is it?
I thought it would be important to mention, since this is a mediation in labor relations, there's this new thing in technology called artificial intelligence. And one of the greatest fears is that it is going to take over our jobs. And I do believe that the place or the forum for resolving these disputes is going to be within the labor relations court. So I thought I would throw that in and then also clarify on something that Honorable Justice Odunga mentioned. He talked about the national ADR policy that was launched in 2023. It is now back with the Attorney General. There are already 4 proposed bills, and we're looking forward to them taking it to the next level, that is to Parliament, so that we can be able to get a new legislative framework. So I think what Justice said is that when it comes, when the bills come, please don't ignore them and wait until we have cause to go to court to say that they are unconstitutional. Thank you.
Thank you. Time is up for this panel because we still have another panel. I thank you so much, my panelists, for work well done. If you would be kind enough, especially from the academia
Judge, maybe you
and
can,
experts,
Judge,
to
sorry, maybe you can allow, there is a burning question.
there's burning, really
Yes.
burning.
Yeah,
So, okay. Yes, just let me just finalize, just to say that if the papers, because I know Kashindi and Dr. Juguna had very detailed, I'm sure you were all interested in the World War I, right? So if we can publish that and avail it to the organizers to present, and maybe people can read further, because time is not on our side, so we cannot go through everything. So we'll take that question with the permission of the moderator.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to take much of your time, but just to cement on the fact. First of all, my name is Sonia Birdi. I am spring chicken in the world of court annexed mediators, but I have accredited, and my number is 1331. So I just want to say, without much delay, the need of that register online is very, very important, because there are people from other communities who want to access that register and be able to pick up a mediator without any bias. So without further delay, because I know for my community, the Indian community, we have been looking for mediators who we feel that we can work with. And so for me, it just becomes a responsibility to be able to give them transparent information. So tafadhali, kama tunaweza fanya hiyo kazi haraka, tutashukuru.
Thank you.
Asante.
That is a challenge to the Registrar of Mediation, Honorable Kedago. I'm sure you are all ears. So I think that is information to you, and a request from the audience. Thank you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. May I call on stage the next panel? We'll give them. May I kindly call on stage the next panel, Madam Helen Namisi and team?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Helen Amisi. I will be moderating the final session of today. This is the graveyard shift, but we will keep you so engaged that you will not even realize that time is flying. Yes, we promise. I am honored to have, I will start from the far end. We have Justice Helen Wasilwa, who is a member of the Employment and Labor Relations ADR Committee. And then we have Miss Angela Mwadumbo, who is the convener of the ADR Court Annex Mediation Bar Bench Committee. We have Scholar Mbilo, Deputy Chief State Counsel, State Law Office. And the gentleman is Mr. Kefas Odhiambo, who is stepping in for Helen Opio from the Labor Commission. So this was ideally supposed to be a panel of 3 Helens and 2 others, but it is now a panel of the 3 others and 2 Helens. So welcome. As we go through our session, we are going to engage you so that you can participate, so that we are all awake. So please, as we go along, think of your questions, and then we will not wait until the end to ask the questions, because I'm sure you're also dying to have tea. So we will just finish everything and then we go for tea. To start us off, I'd like to start with Judge Wasilwa. Just to get a perspective from the 4 institutions, give us a perspective of dispute resolution in your institution, more particularly with respect to conciliation and or mediation.
Thank you so much, Chair. I hope we'll not be able to sleep because people really want to go home, kipindi cha lala salama. But I want to say this. When we look at mediation, conciliation, ADR, any other forms of resolving disputes in this country, I want to flag out the Employment and Labor Relations Code and say this one is the precursor of conciliation, mediation, reconciliation in all aspects. I say so because having been in this institution, I know we have had the criminal court, which Judge Odunga said that has not really embraced that aspect. We have had other areas where people used to say parties are reconciling the matters, are working on resolving, and they'll come back with a consent. But when it comes to the Employment and Labor Relations Court, this one has been enshrined in our law from time immemorial. Conciliation has always been part and parcel of the working of this court. The tripartism that we have already been told about, the government, the workers, the employers, they have always been sitting together as late as let me say, as early as 1964, when we had this document, the tripartism agreement done those days, 1964. So it has always been recognized that this one is part and parcel of our working. The issue of mediation that is coming in, as we have been told recently, 2016, found us when we are already on the track. When we are already dealing with conciliation, we have dealt with labor, we have dealt with the AG, we have dealt with the Law Society. Anybody who has come to our court, issues of conciliation and mediation have always been part and parcel of our working style. And that's what I can say, if that one will be able to answer that question as we go on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my lady. I want to jump to state law. Give us a perspective or an overview of conciliation, mediation from your institution. It would be interesting to hear what state law does.
Thank you very much, Ellen, and thank you, participants. For the Office of the Attorney General, we have really embraced alternative dispute resolution it might be felt that maybe the government has been resistant to ADR, but it is not true. We have in place a commercial and arbitration section in the office, in the Department of Litigation. We also train our staff on ADR, on mediation, and we have 20% of our staff are accredited mediators. It's only that we are not practicing. And we also have in place the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, which is a state corporation under the Office of the Attorney General. It offers moot courts competition for students to embrace the culture, for law students in universities to embrace the culture of ADR. It also conducts arbitration and mediation, and it has put in place an ADR policy. The policy was approved in March 2023 by the Cabinet Secretary, and it is pending in Parliament for debate. I had the judge ask that question. So it's at the debate stage. Then they also train mediators, arbitrators, and they also do the certified mediation. And there is a panel of mediators. I believe you can get it from their website. Then we also do conduct mediation, even post-judgment. When we receive judgment, and most of the times we realize they are FT judgments, parties come and we try to do the mediation, and we realize that over time we have tried to save the government billions of funds. The intergovernmental disputes resolution, there has been a directive that the matters which have been pending in court, they should be withdrawn and sorted out through mediation, and that has taken place. We are at the mediation stage. There's also a directive by the government that state corporations which have sued each other should withdraw the cases and go back for mediation. And it has worked. We have sorted out most of the matters. We also remember the conciliation. We have been part of conciliation, and especially for strikes for teachers and doctors. In 2017, we really did a lot through conciliation under the Ministry of Labor, and we have been very active on ADR. And the Attorney General has also been advising government on litigation. In matters where we realize we don't have good case for litigation, we would rather go for mediation or ADR. We have embraced that. Those are some of the wins we have done. And I believe I had the registrar in the morning saying they are at the working stage in ADR. I think we are at the standing stage, trying to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will be coming back to you to explain that part about post-judgment mediation, especially from the perspective of a practitioner who is trying to execute for fees. And now I jump to Mr. Odhiambo. The reason why Mr. Odhiambo is actually sitting in for Ms. Helen Opio is at the negotiations or discussion with regard to our striking doctors. So now tell us, what does the Labor Commission do with respect to conciliation, mediation, or generally ADR in labor matters?
Thank you. Thank you for that. The person I'm representing is Helen Apio, not Opio. Helen Apio is the Commissioner for Labor, and as has been rightly said, she has been involved since morning in the mediation exercise concerning the doctors' strike. Yeah, so having said that, I want to say that as a ministry, we have about 4 approach to dispute resolution. That is what is embedded in our law. The first one being the right approach, the second one being the power approach, the consensus approach, and the last one being the consensus approach, or the avoidance approach, rather, the avoidance approach. But in the ministry, in most cases, we embark on the consensus approach. This is what I need to break down a little bit. And before I do that, Chair, with your indulgence, allow me to report to this meeting that we have several practitioners in this room who are not recognized in the morning, led by the chairman of the National Labor Board, just seated here. He was recognized. And we also have several labor officers present in the room, about 5 of them. So we are here. This is very key to us. And I want to divert a little bit as I respond to your question. I want to give this summit a different approach. We talk about mediation. We talk about dispute resolution. We have been hanging around court area. This matter has come to court, and we are taking it for mediation. But the approach I want to take is this. Where does a dispute start from? From a workplace. Chair, we are represented in 45 counties and 5 sub-counties all over the country, with a total of about 166 mediators through conciliators, and we do a lot of conciliation. Allow me just to give you 2 figures. In the last 1 year, we have mediated and resolved 11,312 cases. This is very key. I'm talking about this figure because the figure given by the court in the morning was about 1,200. We receive averagely 600 disputes every month. From labor offices, we receive 600 disputes every month. And there are several disputes which does not arrive at the offices. Why? Because of what we call the Labor Inspectorate Services, which is coordinated by Mr. Kase, who is seated in this room. What we do through labor inspections is to prevent the disputes. That is a way also we use to resolve the disputes. We prevent the disputes at the stage which is called a grievance, because most of them, Chair, are just disputes which arise because of perception. Those ones, we just provide education and they end at the shop floor level. So the disputes which find their way to court, I want to assure this meeting that these are disputes which have gone through very complicated process. Some to politicians, some with a lot of respect even to magicians. Yes, some people take dispute to such areas. Some even to administrators. So I want to tell this meeting that we do a lot of work as a ministry. If we were to be absent from this scenario, I want to assure you, PJ, that you would not be talking about 1,200 disputes. You would be talking about 50,000 plus disputes in this country. The only problem we have is that we are practicing mediators. And I want to make an appeal that we are practicing. We have those who are accredited but not practicing. That is what I've gathered from this meeting. But with us, we are practicing actively and solving over 11,000 disputes within 1 year. Why can't we accredit this team? Through what we call prior learning. That is a concept in Kenya whereby the Juakali guys who can make nice furnitures have been given certificates and they're practicing. So why can't we, accredit them because they are already practicing and they're doing a good work? So to wind up, I just want to put in summary the areas which we always, where we always resolve disputes. The first area is the issues related to disputes resulting out of violation of contracts. That is a key area. The other one is on industrial actions, strikes and lockouts. It is in record that our ministry is doing a good work in that. And we have a figure, we have resolved so many strikes in this country. The other one is on arbitration on court issues. So many cases are referred to us. in as much as we are not accredited, the judges on daily basis refer so many cases to us. Personally, I have 8 which I'm handling at the moment. I think I made reports to court, I've known 2 reports to court last week, and they're adopted in court. So we do a lot of arbitration all over the country. The other area is also on real or perceived misunderstandings in the work environment. The other area is also on disputes between trade unions, like a dispute between Coopet and NAT. That is just an example. I'm giving that example because they are in the same sector. Wherever there's a dispute, we resolve those disputes and they will never find their way in court. The other area is also the disputes between workers' federations and employers' federations. Like there's a time we had a dispute between COTU and TUC, the Trade Union Congress. And most of the issues were resolved at our level. Then finally, the disputes of national interest, like the disputes pertaining to teachers, disputes in the health sector, and the rest. So these are just some few areas and many other areas where we always resolve disputes. So I don't want to talk about the law because it has been ably mentioned, but apart from just the legal statutes, which was mentioned here, we also have the international obligations we have. Kenya has ratified 52 conventions, ILO conventions. And out of the 52 ILO conventions, 39 are in force. Those 39 conventions which are in force, most of them have been domesticated to our national laws. And those domesticated articles of the International Labour Organizations, that is what we enforce as a ministry. And that is why whatever we do, we don't charge fees. We don't charge fees. And with a lot of respect, the reason why many times we are reluctant, if you look at the Employment Act, Section 48 on representation, there's a clause which was there that lawyers should not represent parties before us. That was to protect the vulnerable. To protect the vulnerable. It is not that we don't want lawyers, because the moment we bring lawyers on board, then the whole issue of mediation becomes litigated and it becomes very complicated. An employee is just demanding 500 shillings. He worked for 1 day and he has not been paid 500 shillings. And then he comes to the Ministry of Labor. Then the chair of Nairobi chapter here comes to represent that employee. I mean, that employer. The employer, for example. Let me ask you a question. Who will win that case? This is a simple employee only claiming 500 shillings. But with a lot of respect, the chair here has come to represent the employer. Who will win the case? That is why labor mediators come in handy. And we do a lot of work. If we had the time, I would have enumerated many issues which we do. But for the time being, I rest my case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I am very happy that there are many lawyers here to represent me. And members of the bench, you have heard. I am very innocent. Finally, Angela, who also wears the hat of an advocate, now that we have been mentioned many times today, maybe you can talk about the perspective of ADR, mediation, ADR, and conciliation from our perspective.
Thank you very much. Let me start by correcting the notion that advocates complicate matters. We don't complicate matters. We make matters very clear. And I think everybody has heard the phrase that the law is very clear. Forgive me, my ancestors have showed up. The law is very clear. So to all labor officers, there is a reason why the Constitution has guaranteed the right to legal representation. So maybe the reason that the employer has won is because the grievance was not merited. That's just food for thought. But we have heard since morning how there's a reluctance from advocates, but the statistics are different. I mean, the largest law firm in the land is the AG's office, and they have confirmed that 20% of the lawyers in the biggest law firm in the country have been trained in mediation and other ADR processes. If we look at the list of accredited mediators, majority are advocates. And as part of the LSK, there's a lot of sensitization from the LSK, and we work with other stakeholders to preach the mediation gospel. So what is happening now is that there's a whole shift. There's a culture change happening amongst advocates, so that we are shifting from the adversarial system to a more conciliatory system. So worry not. As Helen has rightfully said, I am also a mediator, and I have incorporated mediation into my practice. And that is what most advocates are doing, such that even when you go to consult an enlightened advocate, as they are structuring the case, as you're building your case, there's also a mention here and there of mediation. So speaking as a practitioner, I can confidently say that as advocates, we are embracing this new method of dispute resolution. I mean, my lady has said here very clearly that, and very many legal provisions have been stated about mediation. So only very few advocates do not advance mediation. And we need to clarify that in some cases, and I know mediators can bear me witness, you find that the same advocate is very pro-mediation here in this case, and in the next case, they may not be pro-mediation. So this speaks to maybe the screening process or other factors, as as speaker in our previous panel has stated. So I can very confidently say that the mediation, we have, as advocates, we have boarded the mediation train. So mediators, just feel free to engage with us as advocates, as we are there to make the law clearer and to make the dispute easier to resolve. It's just a shift in perspective. Thank you.
If we were not in such a formal setting, I'd say, preach, sister, preach. Yes, we are converting slowly, slowly. Don't leave us behind. Don't leave us. Surely we must all reach Canaan together. Now to the audience. Any particular challenges, briefly, any challenges that you may have encountered while interacting with conciliation or mediation? Would like to hear that. Briefly. Hey, those hands went up very fast. And I'm underlining and in bold, briefly. Yes.
Thank you very much, moderator. I have a concern about counsels or advocates and not in bad faith. We need to get corrected. I know a party takes a case to court, and before filing the case, he or she has his or her prayers. Then later on, I ask an advocate. The example I'm giving is, here is a family where the deceased had 3 sons and had equally subdivided the land amongst the sons. Then one of them, I don't know how, does succession and has all the parcels registered in his name. Then one of the sons takes him to court. What does he want? I need my certificate, my title deed. Then when they come to mediation, the other party says, I was ready to give you your title deed, but give me about 5,000 shillings for the process. Finally, they agree that he's going to give to transfer that land without any payment. Then the advocate comes up and says, but did you consider how that succession took place? And my question is, here is the file. The file is not on succession. It's on land, and they have agreed. Why can't you let them end their case the way they had brought it to court? And finally, they are saying the parties have not agreed, let us go back to court. So is that making it easier or making it complicated?
The law is clear. Shall I throw that one to Angela?
Thank you for your question. You see, when it comes to mediation, one of the key pillars in mediation is party autonomy. In fact, for all mediators, and we go through this in our training, is that during the first session, what you need to explain to the parties is the role of the advocate and the role of the parties. If they are at mediation, then the important party there, or the key party there, is the party itself and not the advocate. So if the parties have agreed, it doesn't really matter what was in the court record, what prayers were sought for in court, because once there is a mediation agreement, it is adopted as a judgment of the court. And the law goes further to state that there is no appeal from that decision. So in that scenario, the lawyer really has no has no authority to state that parties have not agreed, because mediation is all about party autonomy. So if all the parties have agreed that this dispute as it is, because remember it is court annexed mediation, so it came from a litigation matter. If the parties to the litigation matter have agreed that this particular case, we have resolved it in this manner, and there is a mediation settlement agreement, all the court does is to endorse that agreement and have it adopted as a judgment of the court, and it becomes final. So maybe the reason that the advocate would want to say that the parties have not agreed is about the very live issue of the fees. But if we look at the dispute between the parties, they have already agreed. So in that situation, the advocate has no authority to say that parties have not agreed, because the mediation process is well set out. So if I was acting in that particular matter, I would let the parties agree and the settlement recorded in court. Then I would deal with my client for fees or any other outstanding issues. Because in addition to the law being very clear, the law has no gaps. Any gap or any issue will be addressed using the same law. So if you're ever faced in such a situation, just remind the advocates and all the parties in the room about the very key aspect of party autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. I want to ask about one more challenge, please directed to any of the other three institutions, other than the lawyers. Any other challenge that you may have encountered while interacting with or going through mediation, conciliation? We have three other institutions here. Feel free.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Madam Judge. My name is Ras Morano. I come from Busia. I'm an accredited mediator. I want to talk on two. I will mention what Honorable Anjala talked about in the morning. Then I will also address the State Council's office.
But we'll keep it brief.
I'm very brief. I'm very brief, madam. Maneno yangu ni kidogo, lakini mimi mwenyewe ndio mkubwa. Yes. Honorable Anjala alisema, what are we going to do about the 60 days? Because mediation, we are given a file, then you are given 60 days. Then in his talk, there are also a question from Honorable Ogal, he was called Mr. Ogal. He said the conflict of reaching the parties. I stand here to humbly request Mark or the accreditation committee to help these honorable mediators. We are here to help the court to finish these matters. Let the court help mediators to reach the parties. This file is with the court. The court can pick a date, then use the court process server to serve the parties. Mr. Mediator A or B akifika pale kotini anapata kama parties waka hapo. Particularly succession matters that have taken years in court. Those old people did not have telephone numbers, did not have email. They were PO Box Kikuyu. Help us there, please. Help us serving the parties so that we become part and parcel of the court. Then, State Council amesema they embrace mediation. Do they do it in criminal matters also or only in civil litigation? Madam, asanteni sana.
Very happy with the second question, state law.
Okay, thank you. The Attorney General represents the government in civil matters. The criminal matters are done by the Director of Public Prosecution. So mediation, mainly we do it under the civil arm, not the criminal arm. Thank you.
Please. Thank you very much. My question goes to the representative of the Labor Commissioner. As a consumer of conciliation for many years, and I really must commend the Ministry of Labor for the great work that you're doing. But sometimes I get a bit concerned with the reports from the labor officers. It is not a reasoned decision. An employee goes and says, I am claiming overpayment, I'm claiming salary, I'm claiming, and then all the labor officer does is say, you pay. So I would encourage that, I don't know whether the seasoned labor officers have retired and we have new ones. I'm suspecting something like that because when I started as a judge, we used to get very good reports from the Ministry of Labor. But I've noticed lately, all we get are just sentences. So it's not a reasoned recommendation, and therefore it's not really that useful to the court. Secondly, there is the unit we call CPMU. I don't know whether it is still called CPMU, the one that looks at the collective bargaining agreements and does a recommendation to the court. I've noticed that that unit is even forwarding CBAs whose periods have lapsed. So as a judge, if you are not very careful, you can create a dispute by registering a collective bargaining agreement retrospectively, because then what the union will do is to go and file a suit based on that CBA. So if that unit could do a bit of work and reject CBAs that are brought late, because the parties are supposed to come in time so that the CBA can be registered by the court. So help us, because these days I no longer trust that letter. You know that cream letter that comes from you that says we have looked at this CBA and it is okay. But when I open the CBA, I actually find it is expired. So there's a bit of quality control to be done at that level. Thank you.
My lady.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. Actually, most of the issues raised were comments and also advisory to our department. I'm also happy to report that an officer from that unit is present here. I saw Mr. Okwayo here. Yeah, just raise your hand. Yeah, he's over there. He has heard you, and I think he will take necessary adjustments. Then two concerning reports. Yes, I may accept we may be having issues with some reports, but we are in the process of training our people. The problem we had was because of the employment embargo, which took almost 20 years. From around 1990s, the next labor officers who are employed was in 2017. That was 25 of them. Then the next lot were employed in 2021. That is 105 officers. We have a total workforce of 165 technical officers. So we have noted that we are going to emphasize a lot on training of our officers so that they may be able to give the courts quality reports. But I also want to make a request to court that Rule 5, 2 of the ELRC court rules is very key to us. It states clearly that any matter which is under conciliation, if that matter goes to court, it should be accompanied by a conciliation report. Then there's a rider which we are not very much friendly with, that however parties may do what? May swear affidavits. So that is why at times our reports does not become meaningful because of that second rider. Because somebody may say, let me dump the conciliation process on the way so that I just do what? I just swear an affidavit and go to court. So if the judges can assist us and insist on a conciliation report, it will be very important. It will also give our officers enough powers to make sure that the conciliation process goes up to the end. But I've noted we are going to work on that. The officer in charge of enforcing that is in the room, Mr. Kase, who actually controls all officers all over the country. I know he will take action on report writing. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me take it back to the panelists and then we will do another round. So we've heard of the challenges from the Labor Office. We've heard of some of the challenges that the participants have faced. But surely there must be success stories. Does it work? Does it not work? So if you could briefly share with us some of the success stories. Let me start with Justice Wasilwa.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to say that there are quite many success stories. Madam Lumalas was here earlier on. The 2017 strike may have looked like it didn't succeed, but Madam Scholastic was on that case. That case ended because there was a push that the parties must just go and talk. They must. They'll come to court, we'll tell them just go and talk. In fact, the matter was resolved without a hearing. There was no hearing that took place. So I think that one is one case that I can say is a success story. Let me give you another example, and my colleagues are here. If they have those examples, they may also add. When I was employed in 2012, I was posted to Kisumu in 2013. When I arrived in Kisumu, there was a matter that had been in court for the last 10 years. This case had been heard by 6 judges of the High Court then, because there was no employment court. It had been heard by Justice, I may forget some of the names, but the first judge who had 2 witnesses, another judge came in, had 1 witness, moved to another station, another one came and said, type the proceedings so that we can go and see whether we need to start de novo or not. So it kept on like that. By the time I went to Kisumu in 2013, 6 witnesses had testified, and there were around 40 more to testify. If for 10 years, 6 witnesses had testified, and we still have 40, it means this case will still be in the courts today. So what did I do when I handled that matter? Then I looked at the evidence that had been produced, had been released from the parties, and the cross-examination was always 1 sentence. So can you give me evidence that I was your employer? That is the respondent asking a question. And then he says, I don't have, you didn't give me an employment letter. The next question, I don't have any other question. That's what the counsel will say. The next witness, the same. And I discovered the rallying issue in that case was who was the employer of these parties? Who was the employer? Because that was the issue in cross-examination. So what I told them was to submit on that part alone. Who was the employer? The respondent to submit, the claimant to submit. And after they submitted, I made a resolution that there was a distinct employer who did not want to be to be known. The ghost was unearthed. Then we needed now to find out, how do you pay these parties from what they were? It was a redundancy. Actually, this case involved a hotel where the parties one day they were employed by this Asian group. They sold the hotel to Maseno University. So when the parties came to court to work the following day, the doors were closed and they could not be allowed in. So the issue was, how do you pay the redundancy? To me, it was an issue that seemed very clear, but the employer was trying to evade. There was an agreement from the Asian guy that all the liabilities will be borne by them, but this time they are running away. So I just decided they'll pay, and the issue that is remaining is how much. So I told the labor officer, go and do the calculations, bring me the figures. And once the figures arrived, I told the respondents to respond. Is this the amount or not? And they didn't respond, and I endorsed the report of the labor officer. That case was never appealed up to date, so I believe it was resolved within 3 months, a matter that had been in court for 10 years. That is one success story I can be able to give. And there are many other cases which involved redundancies. The number of people being sent home, they are around 1,000 in an organization, it is going under. How do you expect a judge to sit and do the calculations? How much is payable for redundancy, 1 month's salary, 15 days for each year worked? You need to give the pay slips. It is not easy for the judge to sit and do that. It is always easier to refer the matter to the conciliator, to tell the parties, can we meet on Friday in court 2? Come with your pay slips, come with your employment letter, so that they confirm, tick, your employment letter, tick, how much, tick, and all that. Then they'll bring you a report. And with that report, once it is endorsed, the matter moves forward. And the many cases, I believe, with the case of the strike of the teachers, it was handled by my sister, Justice Ndolo. It finally resolved the issue until there was a CBA that was signed. And there are many other cases involving strikes, lockouts, and I think there are many. My colleagues are here. If there is more examples to be given, I'm sure that if there is a chance, they'll be able to say that. But there are many success stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela, on behalf of the lawyers, success stories.
Like I had said earlier, it's a culture change. And you know, a culture change is gradual. It takes time, and it takes time to reach as many people as it is intended. But what I can say about the advocates who have embraced mediation is that when a client comes to the office, after you hear the issue, the first question we ask is, how fast do you want to resolve this matter? And 99.999% of the clients will tell you, I want to resolve it as fast as possible. So once you sell the mediation story that even if we file this court, then we file this matter in court, then we ask for it to be resolved through mediation, in at least 60 days, I guarantee you that we shall have a way forward. So you see, once you give a concrete time limit, it gives clients satisfaction that I think within 2 months, we are going to have a way forward, and we are going to resolve the matter. And if I speak to all advocates, it's better to be known as the advocate who clears their matters very fast, because once you sort one client in a maximum of 2 months, he will call like 3 others, especially the ones who have matters that have stalled in court. And I think that 60-day timeline is one of the best incentives for court annexed mediation, because now to the advocates who have not embraced the mediation gospel, it means that if they are intended to use mediation as a delay tactic, now they cannot do that because they only have 2 months. So I challenge my fellow advocates to look at mediation not as a challenge, but as an opportunity to better our practices. From where I sit, I think that is the biggest success for mediation amongst advocates. So my fellow mediators, please take us as your allies. We are your allies. You better have the advocate on your side than the clients. Food for thought. Back to you.
Before I jump to Scholar and Mr. Odhiambo, any questions from the online participants?
The team can assist us to, do you have any questions from the online participants? There is no question.
There is no question. Okay. And also in the interest of time now, I want to ask my final question, and that is to Scholar and to Mr. Odhiambo. It is the year 2050. We have been at this for a while. God has blessed us. We are still here. Yes. What do you see in the future with respect to conciliation and mediation?
The chair is talking about the future of work. And this has been slotted by the ILO for deliberation, I think, in the next conference. The future of work is here with us. The traditional way of handling issues, handling disputes, will never be practical. At the moment, we have serious problems. One, in the digital sector, how to handle disputes of the digital sector. Recently, an Uber driver came to me to register a complaint, and we realized the person, the owner of that particular platform, is somewhere in Europe. There's some association in Kenya. It's so complicated. The maritime sector, where a ship travels across an ocean covering very many continents. Then when the ship docks in Mombasa, this person has not been paid for 6 months. The chairman of the National Labor Board can bear me witness. We recently visited one ship where we found nationals in that particular ship who have not been paid. Whom do you talk to? This is about the future of work, the issues of outsourcing, the issues of embracing technology, both in dispute resolution and also in our workspaces. The direction we have taken is nothing else but law review. We have taken the direction of law review so that we can take care of all these issues in the law. And there is some work in progress about this. Hopefully, in the near future, we will involve most of the entities present in this gathering so that you can give us your views, so that we may review our laws, both to take care of the future of work and also the emerging issues in the labor sector. Since this is my last time of having this microphone, I also want to state as follows, that our strength, our success story, is that in the ministry, we use what we call the carrot and stick. A mediator may not be able to have an opportunity of delivering a letter to a particular workplace, and they seek indulgence from the court. We have the power to enter such workplaces. And that is why most of our disputes take a very little period of time, because as you manage that dispute, you also have the power to reach such workplaces. And most of us, Chair, are social scientists. Personally, I have training in HR. We have economists. Actually, we only have 2 lawyers in the ministry at the present. One of them is present in the room. Winfrey, where are you? Just your hands up. Yes, that is one of the lawyers we have. And she is an internationally accredited mediator who is practicing as a labor officer. There's also Mr. Makori here, also accredited. We have some few accredited mediators within our ministry. But largely, we are social scientists. The strength we have is that we look at disputes from the social perspective. From the social perspective. And in that way, we have resolved so many disputes because of looking at them in that particular perspective. So those who are here, kindly make use of our office, make use of our ministry, and we will do what is best for this particular country. ADR, finally, just what Justice Odunga talked about. We are in the process, courtesy of the National Labor Board. We recently visited South Africa for a comparative learning exercise. We visited all the institutions in South Africa, and we said we must reform our ADR system. So the ILO is supporting us to come up with ADR rules, and we will be very glad to put the ADR rules in the policy which is always in place so that we can move together as a country. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Scholar?
Thank you, Chair. As an office of the Attorney General, I believe in the next 20 years, the future is very bright for ADR, as the judge has clearly said, and we will offer the support which is required in regard to the legislative framework, and I believe by then it will be very up and running. And I also realized that after long years of a lot of litigation, and litigation is very combative. When you interact with mediation, you realize then now you start going down and you'd rather embrace the mediation. So I've realized I've become an ambassador for mediation, and I believe that's the way to go. So, because I believe it will also restore human relationships between the people and will also attract investment for the country. Thank you.
Thank you. And from me, my parting shot for the lawyers, you've heard it. The Ministry of Labor has only 2 lawyers. Kuna kazi. So I want to say thank you very much for staying with us and for keeping us company during this session. Please hand it to my panelists. They really did a good job, right? Thank you very much. And thank you to my panelists. Very powerful institutions represented here. Asanteni.
Before your panelists leave, Ms. Namisi, I would kindly ask Dr. Kwenjera to come up on stage. There are some gifts that he would like to send your panelists away with. Justice Kelly, probably you need to become a doctor as well. And your panelists. There are also some gifts for that particular panel. So maybe you can join us on stage for presentation of gifts. As Dr. Kwenjera is making his way here and the gifts, one announcement, housekeeping announcement. Someone dropped money on our way to lunch. That's a trick question, Judge, but it's a lot of money. Someone dropped money, so if you dropped money on the on the way out to lunch, kindly see myself or Andrew. Oh, okay. Justice Ndolo, you can join us on stage for presentation of the gifts. What do you want to do? Judge Ocharo and Gakeri, kindly also join us on stage in the presentation of the gifts. Yes.
So we begin with.
We begin with.
Let's begin with Judge Kelly's panel. Judge Kelly's panel. All right. So.
So Justice Ocharo will present the gift to Justice Wasilwa. Justice Ndolo will present to Ms. Mwadumbu. Justice Gakeri will present to Madam Scholar. Dr. Kwenjera will present to Mr. Kefas. Oh, umejificha huko nyuma. Dr. Kwenjera will also present to Madam Namisi. Dr. Naomi, no. Yes, kindly come back. Thank you, Judge. Judge Maure, Judge Nzioki, kindly join us on stage for presentation of gifts to the next panelist. So Judge Ndolo will present to Justice Odunga. Judge Maure will present to Dr. Naomi. Judge Nzioki will present to Madam Irene Kashindi. And Dr. Kwenjera will present to Justice Kelly. Huh? No, that's it. Thank you. Dr. Kwenjera, I believe you are taking over the next session.
All right. I didn't know that I was being set up here, but we are about to finish. We are about to finish. Yes, correct. You know, I'm a teacher, so sometimes you need to have ways of getting attention. So we are about to finish, and I'm very happy that the discussion has been so enriching. However, we have a last item that will be very brief, and this is just a presentation of a scorecard of what has happened since our last mediation summit. It will be done by Raymond Molenge, the acting CEO of Kenya Bankers Association, and Honorable Modoni, please come up. And Honorable Modoni, the Assistant Registrar Court Annexed Mediation. And because I will only say after this, we go for tea, although the MC might decide to say other things. So once I step down, I will not come back up, but it's just to tell you guys, thank you very much for staying the day. It has been a long day. You've been very patient. The online participants, I know that I have been sent some of the comments you've been making, some of them very good, and some of the questions we have passed them on to the MC. So for now, we will have a very brief presentation from the Court Annexed Mediation Working Group of what we have done since April 2023. So welcome. And I don't think I need to moderate this panel. I think they will moderate themselves because they are veterans in this area. So welcome.
Thank you very much, Dean Emeritus Kwenjera. My lords and my ladies present, distinguished guests, please allow me to adopt the protocols that had been earlier very well laid out by our Registrar, Honorable Kendet. I'd like to begin from the beginning of the speech by the Honorable Chief Justice earlier this morning. And the first part of her speech really struck me because she mentioned that she was glad and very proud that we, as the Court Annex Mediation Stakeholder Working Group, did not go to sleep after the first summit, which we had last year in 2023, April. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today. And I must mention that indeed, with the kind of membership that we have in the Court Annex Mediation Stakeholder Working Group, indeed, it is impossible for us to have retired to sleep because they have kept us on toes. Mr. Molenje here, the CEO, Kenya Bankers Association, Dean Emeritus, Dr. Kwenjera, Honorable Kendago will tell you that they're always on our case. How far are we? What progress have we made? When can we have a meeting? And thank you very much even to Judge Williams. They have really kept us on our toes. So this afternoon, I have the honor and pleasure to present a scorecard. I had a presentation, but in the interest of time, I'll only be projecting a few parts of that presentation. So for those of us that were not part of us last year, you're probably wondering, what is this stakeholder working group that we're referring to? So it was conceived first in July 2022 at a breakfast meeting. And I remember very vividly, that morning, I think I had a commercial cause list, and Honorable Kendago attended a breakfast meeting. And after my cause list, she was very excited and called me to her office and told me that I'm from a meeting, and I believe the group that we have created today is the future of Quota Next Mediation Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, that group that I'm referring to is the Quota Next Mediation Stakeholder Working Group, whose membership is the Kenya Bankers Association, Strathmore University, Office of the Registrar Tribunals, Office of the Chief Justice, Office of the Deputy Chief Justice, Jones Day Weinstein International, represented by Judge Williams, and a host of other key members that we have, as well as the LSK, who have been very instrumental in the progress that we have made. And I'll request that we kindly give them a round of applause. So allow me to take you to the figures that I don't know whether we're able to see. Are we able to see the figures? So I'll invite us from these figures to judge whether the Mediation Summit 2023 and whether indeed we went to sleep as a Quota Next Mediation Stakeholder Working Group. So the first figure that is projected there is the total number of matters referred. Pre-summit, these are the figures that we reported on 12th of April 2023 at the beginning of the last mediation summit. Post-summit, these are the figures we had as of yesterday, the 17th of April, 18,236. The growth of matters referred, 5,992. Isn't that excellent? So we thank most sincerely our judges, our magistrates, for referring these matters, and also members of the judiciary, especially the staff, for doing a lot of screening of the matters. Then the value of matters referred as of the last summit was at 110,356,288,841. As of yesterday, the 17th of April, this figure was at 202,567,785,157. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see that this represents a growth of 92 billion, which for me is excellent. Then the value of matters settled, this represents the value of the money that has been released back to the economy. And we were told earlier that this is one of the factors of production by Dr. Habilo Laka in his speech, being released back to the economy, which contributes to GDP and overall growth of the economy. So as at last year, April, we were at 17 billion. As of today, we are at 52.2 billion released back to the economy. The difference that we have had is 34.9 billion, which for me is tremendous. And I think that's a good place to clap. So we are grateful to our mediators. You've done an excellent job. These figures certainly would not be possible without your input, and we thank you for the hard work that you put in. We always say with our registrar that indeed we'd never be able to repay you for the good work. For the LSK, you've been instrumental in supporting the strides that we have made, being cooperative, insisting that your clients cooperate in mediation. and we are grateful for that. So some of the activities that we've undertaken, and they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So maybe we can see this in form of pictures. The ICT team, do we have the photos? All right, so as they're getting the photos up, some of the activities that we undertook, and members of the stakeholder working group will tell you that as of the day we had the last mediation summit, we actually retired to tea together with Judge Williams to have a postmortem of the event and plan the next mediation summit. And they're all here. I'm sure they'll bear me witness that as we were closing, we were discussing this summit. And it's because of those discussions and the activities we planned that we're here reporting this success. So some of the activities that we agreed upon, which have so far taken place, is that we agreed that we would pilot 5 courts in the country. That is Mombasa, Nairobi, that's Milimani, Eldoret, Nakuru, and Kisumu. So those courts were piloted. We screened a number of files involving various banking institutions. And the files that were screened, and we had earlier today the importance of screening just to ensure that the matters being referred are actually suitable to go to mediation. So out of those that were referred, we have a total of 447 matters that were referred. Out of these, 375 of these have been concluded. This represents an 83.9% conclusion rate. Ladies and gentlemen, that is excellent, and that was alluded to by Dr. Habil Olaka, and I'm sure Mr. Raymond, the CEO, will echo the same sentiments. So we have had several trainings of our liaison persons just to ensure that they're doing continuous screening and proper screening at that, so that we ensure the files being referred to mediation are actually suitable for such referral. We have had several activities. We had a training of mediators accredited for commercial disputes, and that's the figure that was on screen a short while ago. And I'm sure a majority of the mediators that are present here attended that training, just to ensure that we would have high chances of success. And it's through that training that we've been able to register these high figures and high chances of success. Maybe we can go to the figures. Alongside that training of mediators, we also had a training of lawyers that have been empaneled by the banks, as well as the in-house counsel. That was on 13th and 14th of July last year, just to ensure that we had a buy-in and the lawyers were on board and would support the entire mediation process. Again, probably the reason why we have registered the success that we have had today. We also had a program in December that the judge spoke to earlier and was alluded to in the speech by the Honorable the Chief Justice. We had a team of 60 mediators. We refer to the training that we gave them as the training of trainers. And the next picture maybe. So the next one. So that is the training that we had in December. The training ran through from the 4th to the 8th of December. You can see Judge Williams alongside the faculty, as well as members of staff and lecturers from Strathmore University. So the goal of training these mediators, and our hope is that they'll be able to cascade this training down to the counties, because they're actually representative of the various counties that we have in the country. So they were trained, and you can see the logo of IMI. So they are actually internationally accredited mediators, and they stood earlier, and we commend them and we congratulate them for that accreditation. So phase 2, yes, please, let's appreciate that. So phase 2 of the training is the previous photo. This has been happening this entire week. We've been here all through from Monday. Again, you can see the rich faculty that we have had just taking our mediators through the training. It's actually very rigorous, and we'll take them through various phases. So we've been here all through from Monday. It was actually a 3-day training, all through from Monday to Wednesday. And you can see in the background, very enthusiastically looking and happy mediators who have been taken through the training. And that was the second phase. We hope to have the third phase later on this year. So ladies and gentlemen, you can see from the pictures that are projected that we actually did not go to sleep. We've been hard at work. And I'm sure that even with this mediation summit on ELRC matters, we'll be back here to report the same, if not better figures come next year. Allow me to end with the sentiments of Dr. Habil Olaka. As he was concluding his speech earlier today, I had him mention that this mediation thing actually works. How many heard him say that? If the figures from the banking institutions that we have registered in a year, and these are 5 courts that have been piloted, are anything to go by, then I'd like to join him in saying that mediation actually does work. And it is my sincere hope and pleasure that the stakeholders in the ELRC court will rally their support. And I'm sure come next year, we'll be registering better figures. Thank you very much for your attention. Allow me to hand over the mic to the CEO, KBA.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have figures. My work was just to be able to bring Honorable Mudhoni on stage. So I think she's done well. Thank you, Honorable Mudhoni. And Dr. Konjera, we worked with you for this journey. So into the figures indicated from the banking sector, even just taking you back closer to our normal conversations that we have on a day-to-day, leave alone these big words called mediation. Like for me yesterday, there's a matter we concluded with the union. We took 30 minutes to conclude a matter that had been graciously referred to us from the Employment and Labor Relations Court. So there's a bank which had been taken to court by the union, and the court looked at the matter and said, hey, you missed a step. I've seen in your CBA, there's a step where the matter needs to begin at bank and union level. And for us from the banking sector, what we do is it's KBA, which negotiates with the union, and the agreement that's arrived at, it's now implemented in all banks. So when this matter was referred back to us, we had our first session yesterday, and within 30 minutes, we had concluded. It was just because it only takes the conflicting parties to sit on the table and a third party to be able to open the eye of the 2 parties to be able to see what's wrong. And that's what we pointed out in 30 minutes, and that issue was the result. So we'll be writing a very nice report back to the court saying this matter has been resolved. Then taking it also a step further for the unions and employers in the house. For the banking sector, you've never seen us going on strike. Yes, and we have a very powerful union called Banking, Insurance, and Finance Union. A very powerful, with very powerful leadership. And for our CBA discussions, and we negotiate our CBAs every 2 years. That's the full CBA. Then every year again, we come back to just look at the wage, that general wage. So we like negotiate every year. So after 2 years, we negotiate every clause, but the subsequent year, we only look at the monetary aspect, the general wage. And I'll report to you that our CBA discussions are normally done in 1 day. And one session of actually 3 hours. That 1 day is just 3 hours. So for the unions, for the employers in the house, you can come for some notes from us as to how to negotiate a CBA and even develop the relationship with the union to be able to negotiate, agree, and be able to move forward as a community, because We are in this journey on mediation for the simple reason that we need to maintain relationships and we need to ensure that money is in our pockets and not held up in litigation. Because for us, when you mention money, it's so dear to us. When you mention property, it's so dear to us. So we want that property to be in our hands. We want the cash to be in our hands and not to be held up elsewhere. That's why we are committed to this mediation journey, and we'll work with the judiciary to be able to ensure that we can transform the country, transform the culture, and be able to achieve the goal and the vision that the judiciary and the business sector we look forward to, in that we get to enhance our relationships, move disputes from a third party to decide for us and be able to decide on ourselves. Again, internally as banks, we are moving a step further. What you're doing this year and going forward, we want to change our contracts and the agreements that we have with any party that a bank gets into and have mediation as a first port of call, just to be able to ensure that we change the culture. So that's in progress. And also our goal is to lead the way so that all other private sector players and sectors within the economy, they can be able to see the success that's happening within banks and be able to follow. So with the support from the judiciary, we will be able to walk that journey and be able to finalize. For the mediators, again, we are thinking of you. We are working with Central Bank to be able to get very nice facilities at Kenya School of Monetary Studies on Thika Road, to be able to ensure that whether it's a court annexed or it's a private mediation, we create space for you to come and be able to do your mediations. Because what we've realized is that, you move the matter for mediation, but some mediators don't have space. So they come back to court. And there are some parties like banks. If I'm a witness for a bank, it doesn't feel nice, even if I'm going for mediation, but go to court. So it's a bit intimidating. And then again, it just feels as if I'm still before a judge, despite the fact that it's a mediator. So we want to remove mediation outside court so that whether it's court annexed, you get a venue outside the court premises so that parties can feel comfortable. You really feel that, yes, you're actually outside court and being able to determine the matter at your own level. So I'll want to conclude there. We are doing quite a number of things, capacity building for judiciary and the ecosystem around the judiciary to be able just to move this forward. So join us in this gospel, be able to spread the word to so many other stakeholders, the private sector, and I'm happy. The lawyers are with us and we are still talking to them just to be able to ensure that we make this a success. Somebody talked about 2050. Yes, we will have transformed this space and ensure that we keep our money, we keep our interests where they are. We don't let, we don't get the judges to decide because, judges don't resolve disputes. Judges only make decisions. They don't resolve the dispute. The dispute will remain. Yes. So it has been decided, a decision has been made, but the dispute has not been resolved. But for mediation, we will be able to address our interests and we'll feel at heart that that dispute has been resolved. Asante san.
All right, thank you so much for that brief. Raymond forced me to sit here so that I don't know, Honorable Aziza, whether you want me to close for the day. All right, yeah, so just to say thank you, Raymond, thank you, Modoni, for that nice summary. I think you can see there is impact. Whenever we meet with Judge Williams for that stakeholder working group, some people run away from the meeting because Judge Williams insists she wants to work with doers, not sayers. So you're in that meeting and there are always things to do, and it is not generic. It is you do this, by this time we want to have this. So it's always like she's a commander-in-chief, and it's very good because even for us to get here to the summit, you can be sure she's been very much behind the scenes, telling us now this is what we want to do, by this day we want this. And the beauty with the Raymond and Judge Williams is that they put their money where their mouth is. So when as dean, I am there struggling with the budget of the law school, I can only cater for X, well, 10 people. No. Then Kendall is saying, no, that summit is going to have 300 people or 200 people. So they always come through, and you should give them a hand because, yeah, we are here because Kenya bankers last year and this year said they will do 50% of the summit budget, and Judge Williams said the other 50%, I will do it. So of course, it's a very good thing. So when you see all this nice decor, the tents, the food, the chairs, all the work that has been done has really been facilitated. So we are having these nice discussions thanks to them. And therefore, we are very, very grateful. And I'm sure that it may look like we are doing something little right now, but we'll have a domino effect. We'll have a domino effect. So just to finish, is to say tomorrow, I hope we'll come early like we did today. You know, I was still in my house. Thank God I live nearby. At about 8:20, I was in my house. Then Don Kamoya, who helps me around, tells me, no, there are very many people here. Where are you? What? But the summit is at 9. No, no, no. So of course, I'm very happy that you kept that spirit. You came on time. Tomorrow will be half day. And I think tomorrow will be smoother because then we don't have, the opening ceremony is always very fluid. We are still learning how to deal with it. Last year was the same, that we went over by an hour, but we are here, and I think we have managed to do nice catch up. It's not too late. So tomorrow we'll just be here at 9 o'clock. We'll have a very nice interview. You have seen it on your schedule by Judge Williams to Damali Peterman, who is an excellent trainer and speaker. And hopefully by 12:30, 1 o'clock, we should be going for lunch and we close. So for today, it's just to invite you for tea at the tent, evening tea, and you can chit chat, catch up. You know, over lunch hour, I was going around telling people, let's go back. But now I'll not tell you to go, The person who will tell you to go is a security director. If you are there past 8 p.m., and the security director is a brigadier. So if he come tell you now, guys, you need to go home, But I don't think it will get there, But please make sure you enjoy your tea. And then Andrew, the MC, is reminding me, tomorrow, please remember to carry your identification tag, please. Don't leave it at home. Please come with it. And I don't think I have any, and other than normally there is a mediator who will give us a short prayer, a very short prayer to thank God for the day. Yes. Who is offering? They know themselves, and I know them. All right, come. Yes. Not a question. We want a short prayer. Oh, but last year we did, right? Yes, so we'll also do this year, but we'll give you e-certificate. So when we finish everything, it normally takes a lot of time because like the people online, the people physically, we are flowing between 500 and 600 people, right? Yeah, so of course, I even remember Don asking me, okay, now we have to design and put names on 600. Yes, we will do it. You will be patient with us. Last year, those who came, you got them. And this year, you'll also get them. So don't worry. Yeah, all right. So you'll close for us with a word of prayer. But before that, please appreciate Modoni and Bolenchi. Yeah, then we can stand up for the prayer, and then after that, we can go for tea to the tent.
Shall we pray? In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father Almighty, we thank you and we glorify your name. You have been good to us since morning until this particular time. We even thank you for the grace of the facilitators who have taken us in the whole day, Lord. May you bring a blessing into their areas of specialization. As we depart from this place, Lord, be with us in the entire evening and night. As we go with us with journey mercies. In Jesus' name we pray. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. The Lord be with you.